LoveLore Library. Chapter 410. When the second batch of workers from Sea City Base drove to Upper City, they were shocked when they arrived in front of the zombie horde outside the new base. Densely packed ordinary zombies crowded the road and even the periphery was blocked. Why are there so many zombies? Oh my God! These zombies are going to find us. What should we do? If so many of them rush over, we will be eaten. The workers' car stopped 20 to 30 meters away from the zombie horde, and the people in the car panicked. Huang Tianfei, who was mixed in the crowd, was also shocked to see the zombie horde dozens of meters away. As for the zombie horde, when they heard the sound of a car coming over, they turned their heads and looked in that direction. They smelled a large number of living people from afar, causing them to be in an uproar. Roar, roar, the zombie horde roared at them and stretched out their hands, baring their fangs and claws. But the strange thing was that their feet did not move. Hurry up and drive the car back. We are not going. Are you sending us to feed the zombies? Huang Tianfei hid in the crowd and shouted loudly. He used his connections to hide his level 5 Arcanist identity and then mixed into the team. After Wu Qingyue confirmed that this was really a base under construction, he did not dare to leave the base and take risks. This was a very good opportunity. But Wu Qingyue limited the level of Arcanists because he did not want those with high levels of Arcana, who clearly had the ability to go out of the base to hunt zombies for food, to take away the chance of survival of ordinary people. This was also a very lucrative job. It was just moving bricks and building walls, and there was food to eat and a lot of money to be earned. Such a good thing, everyone wanted it. However, Wu Qingyue's level limit was like a bucket of cold water. Of course, there were many people who would obediently follow the rules. There were also people who did not follow the rules, those who did not want to do too much, but wanted to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. For people like Huang Tianfei, he secretly relied on his connections. He got someone to falsify his true Arcana level. So now he joined the team as a level 2 Arcanist. At this time, seeing so many zombies, hundreds of densely packed zombies appeared in front of him. This situation was a little scary, so he wanted to escape. If he regretted it, he shouldn't have come. They must have been tricked here. Huang Tianfei pointed at the soldiers who came to protect the workers and said excitedly, "We've been tricked. There must be some kind of experimental base here. It wasn't a survivor base at all. They definitely want to trick us and use us for experiments, just like what Yang Chao did previously." The soldiers standing at the back of the car and at the edge did not react to Huang Tianfei's accusation. It was as if she didn't hear what he said. Du Yuanqing jumped out from the passenger seat and stood at the side of the car. He turned around and said to the people in the car, "Everyone, don't panic. The base we're going to is indeed a survivor's base. As for these zombies, watch carefully. They won't hurt people for no reason. See for yourselves." They didn't move. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the zombies. How could he not hurt anyone? Zombies eat people. Do you think we haven't seen zombies before? Or do you think we're stupid? Huang Tianfei retorted back at Du Yuanqing. Yes, yes. How could there be zombies that don't eat people? Look, they're all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at us. Why aren't you guys driving away? Why are you still talking nonsense here? Someone echoed Huang Tianfei. Most of them were ordinary people without much fighting power. At this time, seeing the zombies, they all panicked. Hearing Huang Tianfei's words made sense, they all followed him and jeered. Du Yuanqing looked at these people, then suddenly crossed his arms and laughed. "All right. I'll let you guys go back, but after you go back, are you sure you can survive this winter? Those who are willing to go in with me, get off the car. I'll bring you guys in, and I guarantee these zombies won't come near you. However, those who don't come down, you guys can't go back in. After the apocalypse, every winter, many people would die in the slums. The old, the weak, the sick and the disabled, because of hunger and cold, it was hard for them to survive the winter. Therefore, when spring came, every survivor base would clear out a batch of corpses. Winter was also considered as a cleaner, specialized in cleaning up these people with low survival abilities. Hearing Enchanting mention winter, the voices in the car quieted down a bit. As ordinary people, they could understand the cruelty and terror of winter. Enchanting continued, "Don't you guys believe in your leader? Why would he harm you guys? If he wanted to get rid of you, he wouldn't need to spend so much effort. Moreover, only a pervert like Yang Chao could think of that kind of experiment. Are your leader Wu and leader Zhou that kind of people?" Everyone replied in their hearts, "No." However, they didn't say anything, but the expressions on their faces showed what they were thinking. That's also knowing a person's face but not his heart. Before Yang Chao was exposed, wasn't there also nothing wrong with him? Huang Tianfei saw that everyone's hearts were starting to waver, and couldn't help but retort. However, he no longer had any confidence in his heart. Enchanting stared at his direction, and discovered that Huang Tianfei was hiding behind the others. His eyes flashed, then he turned around and stood in front of the car. Then he turned back to face them. "I'll say it again, those who want food, water and blankets. Come down with me, I'll bring you in. If those who don't want to come down, I won't force you. I'll let the soldiers bring you back." Everyone looked at me, I looked at each other. Then people jumped down from the car one after another. Because those who came down didn't say anything just now. They all noticed that the zombies over there really weren't moving. Although they were all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, they didn't move a single step. When Enchanting said those few words to them, those zombies still stayed in the same place. After seeing someone get down, those who were hesitant started to panic. On one hand, they didn't want to risk their lives, but on the other hand, they were afraid of the cold winter. We believe in Leader Wu." These people finally gritted their teeth and jumped down from the car. After a while, they all stood on Enchanting's side. They all stared at the direction of the zombie horde in fear, not daring to say anything. Very soon, other than the soldiers, there were only 7 or 8 people left in the car. Huang Tianfei was one of them. He looked left and right, then observed the zombie horde over there. He discovered that after such a long time, those zombies still hadn't left their original position and ran towards them. Only then did Huang Tianfei slowly get down from the car. Chapter 4:11. Although Enchanting shouted calmly on the surface, he didn't have much confidence in his heart at this time. "Fuck. Come quickly, if you don't come I'm going to break my cultivation." At this time, Enchanting couldn't do anything about the densely packed zombies blocking the way. But he couldn't show a panicked and helpless look to these workers, otherwise they wouldn't believe him. After seeing everyone come down, Enchanting looked at them. Then he lifted his feet and walked towards the group of zombies. Seeing him walk in the dangerous direction, those who had the courage to get down from the car didn't have the courage to continue walking forward with him. Enchanting walked and said in his heart, "Someone come out and control these zombies. Didn't you say that as long as we arrived, someone would come and pick us up? Where are the people? No, the zombies." The closer he got, the more nervous he became. The workers standing in front of the car quietly looked at him while waiting for the zombies' reaction. Just at this time, a zombie's roar suddenly came from afar. This sound could travel so far, it must have used the energy of a superpower. After hearing this roar, Enchanting finally let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he stopped and stood in the middle of the road, looking at the zombies group with some expectation. Then he saw a person slowly walk out from the side. The child's head and face were wrapped in bandages. His face couldn't be seen, only a pair of black eyes flashing a strange red light. From his height, he was about 10 years old. But these eyes clearly showed that he wasn't a human. The little zombie calmly walked in front of the group of zombies and then stared at the people on Enchanting's side. Enchanting hadn't seen these zombie leaders by Lin Qiao's side, so he didn't know where this little zombie came from. But looking at the way he stood in front of the group of zombies, these zombies should be under his control. When Huang Tianfei saw the little zombie, he began to be vigilant. Because he recognized that the little zombie was a leader. Although it was only a leader, it could completely tear everyone here into pieces. And he could only run away. The people next to him were the same. The people who were initially provoked by Enchanting to get off the car were actually ordinary people, and they couldn't survive in the base anymore. If he didn't have any skills, he wouldn't even want to sell his labor. Therefore, since he was already here, he didn't want to return just like that. The thought of living drove them to believe Enchanting's words, to believe that all of this was true. The little zombie quietly looked at them for more than 10 seconds, then turned around and roared at the group of zombies behind it. Roar! Then Enchanting's group saw that the zombies that had been unwilling to move, now began to retreat to the side, and then made way for the two sides. Huang Tianfei and the rest stared at this scene in shock, unable to react in time. What was going on? Why would these zombies make way for them? Just now it was blocked, but now it was opened by the little zombie leader's roar. What was the meaning of this? At this moment, the little zombie suddenly kicked its legs and jumped high into the air towards the car behind Enchanting. Bang! He landed heavily on the top of the car. The driver in the car, as well as the soldiers behind him, jumped out of the car and ran far away. The little zombie stood on the front of the car, sniffing left and right, then stretched its nose in the direction of the crowd and sniffed a few times. Then it stood on top of the car and stared at them like a tiger watching its prey. The ordinary people below also raised their heads and stared at it in fear, afraid that it would suddenly pounce towards them. To be able to endure and not move, it was already considered to be mentally strong. Enchanting looked at the little zombie, and then looked at the road that had already been opened. Finally looking at the car under the little zombie's feet, he gave up on the idea of continuing to take the car. Now that the road has been opened, let's go over first. If these zombies go back on their words, it would be troublesome. He said and walked forward. The others hesitantly followed, although they were unwilling, their footsteps were not slow. They followed closely behind Enchanting. He was after all a rank 5 metahuman. Following him like this would give them a sense of security. Huang Tianfei and the rest silently followed at the back. The people behind them actually all had metahuman levels that were not low or high, it was just that others did not know. However, only Huang Tianfei's metahuman level was the highest, they could somewhat sense it. So they silently followed Huang Tianfei. Roar dash, as if it disliked them for walking too slowly, the little zombie suddenly stood on the roof of the car and roared at them. Everyone was so scared that they trembled. When they turned around, they saw the little zombie jump down from the roof of the car, and then slowly followed behind them step by step. Huang Tianfei and the rest immediately ran a few steps, pushing the last few ordinary people back, and then they were stuck in the middle, walking backwards with Enchanting while closely staring at the little zombie behind them. The ordinary people were pushed to the back by them, and their hearts were scared to death. But looking at Huang Tianfei's clean and tidy appearance, they knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. So they silently endured the fear in their hearts, and acted as a cushion for them, or rather, a human wall. Hurry up, it thinks that your speed is too slow. Enchanting strode forward, and as he walked, he looked back at the little zombie's appearance. After thinking for a while, he loudly said to everyone. Roar dash, as if responding to his words, the little zombie roared at them again. Soon, they smoothly passed through the area that was blocked by the group of zombies. When they walked past, the little zombie roared to the surroundings again. Then they saw the group of zombies that had just left, silently appeared again, and then squeezed into the middle of the road. But their eyes were still staring at the group of people that had just passed by. After the little zombie saw them go in, it turned around and jumped onto the roof of the car. Then it jumped onto the roof of the building next to it, and disappeared. After entering, Enchanting let out a sigh of relief. How long do we have to walk now? Will there be more zombies in front? Huang Tianfei walked from the back to the front, and chased after Enchanting and asked. His tone was stiff, as if others owed him. Enchanting looked back at him, and then continued to walk forward. He lightly said, "A few more kilometers and it will be about there." Huang Tianfei saw that Enchanting's attitude was a bit cold, and his heart was a bit angry. But he held back, and only coldly stared at him. Then he silently followed the group forward. Enchanting at this time said, "Those zombies just now were driven out of the city by our people. So now there are no zombies in the city, it is very safe." And at this time, the group of people that had safely passed through the group of zombies were already questioning their lives. What did they see? The zombies didn't eat people, and even made way for them. Make way. Did they encounter a group of fake zombies? Chapter 4:12. On the other side, Lin Qiao was leading Qiu Lily, Xie Dong, and Shen Yuzhen to sweep uptown. She, who was originally standing on the roof, suddenly sensed Enchanting's aura in the direction of Haiqing. There was also a bunch of messy and weak auras around him, so she guessed that he might have brought a second batch of workers. So she roared in the direction of the little zombie, telling him to let them come over. "Who's here?" Qiu Lily stood beside her, curiously looking in that direction and asked. Lin Qiao looked at her and said, "Can't you sense the aura over there? It's Enchanting, and he brought a lot of people. There should be a car." Qiu Lily sniffed hard in that direction, then said, "I can't smell that far. And the auras I sense are very messy. I can't tell them apart." Lin Qiao nodded and said, "Yes, it's them. They probably brought a second batch of people. But it's a bit strange, why did they bring people here so quickly? According to the previous recruitment speed, they could only recruit 2 or 3 people a day. Even if they signed up, they would regret it and not come." Qiu Lily didn't know the situation, and looked at her curiously. "Oh, it seems like it's been more than 10 days. Is that fast?" Lin Qiao nodded, turned around, and jumped down from the building. There was the smell of food here, she smelled it. She could smell the smell of rice from far away, so just by relying on her nose, she found several supermarkets and big hotels. There were also grain, oil, and rice shops in the market and so on. Because the area around the hotel had already been searched by Lin Hao and his people, Lin Qiao went further to look. With her nose that was sharper than a dog's, she found a lot. By the time she and Qiu Lily and the others had searched half of uptown, the rice bags and barrels in her space had already piled up into a mountain. And her actions were much faster, so in a few days, half of the stored food in uptown had been dug out by her. A few hours later, Lin Qiao brought Qiu Lily, Shen Yuzhen, and Xie Dong back to the hotel. She and Qiu Lily directly jumped over from the building next to them. Only Xie Dong brought Shen Yuzhen up the stairs. Because the two of them looked like normal people when they walked into the hall. No one in the hall noticed the two of them. However, when Xie Dong saw Huang Tianfei in the crowd, he stopped in his tracks and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Then he continued to walk towards the staircase. Shen Yuzhen, who was following behind him, looked at Xie Dong strangely. She had no idea why his aura had changed. "From now on, this will be your dormitory. Later, we will send someone to arrange your accommodation." The cafeteria is over there. You won't be missing for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Lin Feng stood at the front desk of the hotel. Those who were brought in by Du Yuanqing earlier were all standing in the lobby, facing Lin Feng. They looked around in surprise. They didn't expect to be able to stay in a hotel. Someone asked suspiciously, "Then is our job really just to build walls? Brick construction?" Lin Feng said, "Yes, I'll take you to the construction site at 8:00 tomorrow morning. It's not far from here." At this moment, Lin Wenwen, Qing Wangxue, and the others came in with 2 children. When they saw so many people suddenly appear, they all looked over in surprise. However, Lu Jun, who was with them, also walked in at this moment. However, she suddenly saw Huang Tianfei, who was looking at her in shock. Lu Jun frowned and immediately pulled Tong Tong toward the stairs. Huang Tianfei was shocked. He chased after Lu Jun in disbelief. His body subconsciously crawled out of the crowd in her direction and chased after her. "Lu Jun. It's really you. And Tong Tong." However, Lu Jun acted as if she didn't hear his shouts and walked straight forward. Only Tong Tong looked back at Huang Tianfei curiously. Huang Tianfei quickly chased after her and grabbed Tong Tong. "Lu Jun. Where do you want to go?" he shouted at her in a dissatisfied tone. Lin Wenwen and the others, as well as the people in the lobby, were attracted by his voice. Everyone looked at him and Lu Jun curiously. Tong Tong was suddenly pulled back by him, and was frightened by his loud voice. She immediately burst into tears. Lu Jun stopped after he grabbed Tong Tong. She quickly turned around and squatted down to pick up her son. However, Huang Tianfei suddenly pulled her hand. Tong Tong staggered 2 steps and was rudely pulled to the back. "Huang Tianfei, give Tong Tong back to me." Lu Jun stood up and stared at Huang Tianfei coldly with a pair of dark eyes. Only then did Huang Tianfei notice that there were no whites or pupils in her eyes. Instead, it was pitch black. He pointed at her eyes in shock and asked, What's wrong with your eyes?" "Wah wah wah wah," Tong Tong cried behind him with his mouth wide open. However, Huang Tianfei ignored him. Lu Jun said to him, "Huang Tianfei, let go of Tong Tong. Then get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Her eyes flashed with a strong killing intent, which was cold and threatening. The others saw that there seemed to be something wrong with the 2 of them. It was like a family having a conflict, so no one rashly stepped forward to stop them. "Tong Tong is crying. Grandma, he's scared." Lin Xiaolu suddenly pulled Mrs. Lin beside her and said. Tong Tong was indeed crying, except for Lu Jun and Huang Tianfei. The others looked at them without saying anything. Mrs. Lin was also very dissatisfied with Huang Tianfei's behavior, so she said to him, "You 2 adults have nothing to do with the child. Let go of Tong Tong first. You're scaring him. Are you his father?" Huang Tianfei heard someone saying that he was wrong. He turned around and saw that it was a middle-aged woman. A wave of anger immediately rose in his heart. "Old woman, don't meddle in other people's business." Slap. Before he could finish, Lu Jun had already slapped him hard in the face. Huang Tianfei tilted his face for a few seconds before he reacted and turned around. He stared at Lu Jun in disbelief. "You bitch, how dare you hit me?" Lu Jun said to him, "Huang Tianfei, since you abandoned me in Tong Tong a few months ago, we have nothing to do with you. We already have nothing to do with you. Why are you still looking for me now? Tong Tong is mine. He has nothing to do with you now. Let go of my Tong Tong." In fact, Huang Tianfei was pleasantly surprised when he saw Tong Tong, because families with children would receive a living allowance in the high city base. So when he saw that Tong Tong was still alive, he immediately wanted to take him back to High City. However, when he saw Lu Jun's eyes, he was stunned for a moment. He pointed at Lu Jun and scolded, "Look at yourself now. What are you now? Can you raise Tong Tong safely? I'm Tong Tong's father. I have custody." At this time, Lin Wenwen said coldly, "Damn custody. It's the end of the world now. Do you think it's still the peaceful society before?" Chapter 413. Lu Jun stared at him coldly and said, "No matter what I become, Tong Tong is still alive and well. He will also live well in the future. But he is no longer your son. You abandoned him for your own safety, and now you still have the face to ask me for him. Get lost." After listening to their conversation for a while, everyone understood what they meant. It turned out that this man had abandoned the mother and son in the past, and he only cared about running away when they were in danger. This kind of person who abandoned his wife and son in times of danger was already very annoying. Now that he saw his abandoned wife and son, he actually wanted to use this kind of coercive order to treat them. And it seemed that he didn't love his son at all. He was simply a scum. Huang Tianfei glared angrily and scolded Lu Jun, "You bitch, you want to take our son for yourself, right? As long as I'm alive, he is my son. He has my blood flowing in him. And you actually dare to hit me? I haven't seen you for a few months, have you grown some guts?" With that, he suddenly raised his arm and was about to slap Lu Jun's face. Suddenly, a hand quickly clasped his wrist. Lin Feng stood behind him and said to him expressionlessly, "I don't mind your rudeness to my mother just now, but I can't allow you to bully the weak here." Du Yuanqing stood next to him and said sternly, "If you want to take Tong Tong away, you have to ask Miss Lu first. But I don't think Miss Lu will let someone like you take Tong Tong away. I was wondering who it was. You said you didn't stay in the base to hook up with a married woman. Are you looking for death by coming to our place? Last time, I just let you lie naked in the corridor and I regretted it. I didn't expect you to come here yourself." He, Lin Qiao's voice came down from the stairs. Then there was the sound of footsteps. Lin Qiao came down with Chiu Lily, Xie Dong, Shen Yuzhen, and the others. "Woo, it hurts, Mom." Tong Tong's hand hurt from Huang Tianfei's grip, and he couldn't help but cry loudly again. "Who are you? Don't be a busybody. Don't be noisy." Huang Tianfei scolded Lin Qiao angrily. He suddenly turned around and slapped Tong Tong. However, a white silhouette quickly appeared behind Tong Tong and slapped away his arm even faster than he did. His other hand grabbed at Tong Tong's hand, and a red light flashed. "Ah!" Huang Tianfei suddenly let out a miserable howl as he held his right hand with his left hand and bounced back a few steps. His face was filled with pain. Chiu Lily returned Tong Tong to Lu Jun and stood in front of the mother and son. She pointed at Huang Tianfei and said, "From the moment you left Tong Tong outside, Tong Tong had already severed all ties with you. Don't bother me shamelessly. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." Lu Jun quickly picked up Tong Tong, bypassed Huang Tianfei, and ran behind Lin Qiao. Huang Tianfei looked at his wrist that seemed to have been burned red. He glared at Chiu Lily and scolded, "What did you do to me? Let me tell you, you're not even enough for me to fuck you 8 or 10 times. Chiu Lily's eyes, which were already red, instantly turned even redder. She suddenly waved her hand, and a small gust of wind shot toward Huang Tianfei's mouth. Puff! Oh! Huang Tianfei immediately covered his mouth with his hand, and red blood dripped from between his fingers. He stared at Chiu Lily in disbelief. Chiu Lily didn't look at him. Instead, she said to Lu Jun, "I don't want to listen to him, so I cut his mouth. Jun, you don't have any objections, do you?" Lu Jun looked at Huang Tianfei coldly and said, I don't have any objections. It would be better if you could kill him directly, Lily. Qiu Lily said, I won't kill anyone. If you want to kill him, let Xiao Qiao do it. With that, she pouted, turned around, and stood behind Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao looked at Lu Jun and asked her, do you want him to die? Do you want me to help you? Lu Jun shook her head at Lin Qiao. She turned to Huang Tianfei and said, you'd better get out of here while I don't want to kill you. Don't appear in front of me again. Lin Qiao said to her, if you let this kind of person go, he will take revenge on you in the future. Lu Jun said, I let him go this time to repay him for taking care of me in the Netherworld King's base. From today onwards, I don't owe him anymore. With that, she turned around and carried Tong Tong upstairs. Lin Qiao looked up at Huang Tianfei and said to him, get lost. Tong Tong has nothing to do with you in the future. Go find your woman and have a child. Hey, didn't you snatch his woman away from him? You still want to occupy his house and put him in jail, right? Let me tell you, I won't do anything to you today. But don't let me see you in the future. With that, he looked up at Du Yuanxing and said, we can't afford this worker. Send him back to Sea City. Du Yuanxing nodded and replied, yes. With that, he immediately walked towards Huang Tianfei, grabbed his arm, and dragged him out of the hole. Huang Tianfei's eyes had already turned into anger and hatred. He stared at Lu Jun's departing back with a face full of anger and hatred. His mouth was already cut and he was in so much pain. Now that he was pulled by Du Yuanxing, his heart immediately exploded. He suddenly pushed Du Yuanxing away, and a hurricane immediately blew around his body. The hurricane turned into wind blades and swept across the hole. The wind was also very strong, and it instantly filled the entire hotel hole. After everyone came to their senses, they all retreated, but there were still many ordinary people who were blown down or cut by the wind blades. Du Yuanxing suddenly squatted down and pressed one hand on the ground. Then, a burst of crackling lightning rushed towards Huang Tianfei's feet from the ground. Pai La, Huang Tianfei, who had just exploded, suddenly convulsed and then fell to the ground stiffly. Mom, are you all right? Because Huang Tianfei's explosion was unexpected and the wind was very strong, Lin Wenwen hugged her mother and squatted down to protect her in her arms. However, her own face was cut with a deep cut. Mrs. Lin looked up at her face and said in surprise, I'm fine. Wenwen, your face. Lin Wenwen raised her hand to touch it and immediately cried out, ouch, it hurts. Then she looked at her hand and saw that it was blood. However, she didn't care much and hurried to check her mother's body. Mrs. Lin shook her head and said, I'm fine. Hurry up and take care of your face. Don't, it will leave a scar. She looked around and found that everyone was swaying from side to side, and many of them had cuts on their bodies. Their clothes and skin were torn, and there were blood stains on their clothes. Then, Mrs. Lin pulled Lin Wenwen up. Chapter 4:14. Lin Qiao looked at Mrs. Lin and Lin Wenwen a few more times and found that they were fine. He then turned to Du Yuanxing and said, hurry up and drag him out. Otherwise, I might accidentally kill him if I lose control of myself. Du Yuanxing walked to Huang Tianfei, who was lying on the ground and still beating people. He said, his superpower is at least level 5. I didn't expect him to sneak in. Lin Qiao asked, what do you mean? Du Yuanxing said, oh, this group of people was summoned by Leader Wu. But in order to give these ordinary people a chance to survive, Leader Wu forbade people with superpowers above level 2 to come here. I didn't expect this man to sneak in. Maybe there are others. Then he kicked Huang Tianfei with his foot. Huang Tianfei's body was stiff, but his eyes were still moving. Du Yuanqing said to him, "Be a man with a conscience, or you will die miserably." Then he bent down and dragged Huang Tianfei's clothes out. Lin Qiao looked at Lin Wenwen again and found that although her face was injured, she didn't seem to care. Lin Luoran doesn't seem to care about it, but Mrs. Lin does. However, this scumbag actually managed to sneak his way here. It was really fate. But soon, Lin Qiao thought of what Du Yuanqing said. What did he mean by this group of people were summoned by Leader Wu? What did Wu Qingwei do? Why did he do that? He sent the first group of people directly to repay her for saving Lingling's life. Then what about this group? Why did they help? Lin Qiao couldn't figure it out, so she turned around and went upstairs. When she was upstairs, she sensed a familiar breath, so she came down to have a look out of curiosity. She didn't expect to see this bastard, who dared to steal Tong Tong in front of so many people. She went upstairs to Lu Jun's room and found that Lu Jun was looking at Tong Tong's little arm. Tong Tong's arm, which had just grown a little fat, was now red. And it was very red, almost purple. The little guy was sitting on the bed crying. Lin Qiao frowned and said, "This scumbag really doesn't care about the child's feelings. How could you live with such a man?" Lu Jun's eyes darkened as he sighed and said, "He saved me once before and helped me a lot afterward. I thought he was a good person. Who would have thought that after following him, his true nature would be exposed? But it was too late for me to regret it." Lin Qiao nodded in understanding. "Were you cheated?" "A lot of men are like that." Lu Jun said, "I'll let him go this time to repay him for saving me before. From now on, I have nothing to do with him." Lin Qiao glanced at her and said, "You have already pledged yourself to him. What else do I owe him? She even gave birth to a son for him. Who told him not to cherish it?" The next day, Yuan Tianqing sent someone to bring the second group of people to the construction site. With the increased workload, the progress also sped up. Lin Qiao brought Qiu Lily, Xie Dong, and Shen Yuzhen out again. This time, she wasn't going to collect supplies. Instead, he went to look for land. Find suitable land for planting. However, the uptown area was filled with buildings. There was a scenic area called Wu Mountain. There should be suitable land around the foot of the mountain for planting. Lin Qiao was prepared to go there to check out the situation. Another place was not far from Wu Mountain. It was in the uptown area. Moreover, she hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Thinking of meat, Lin Qiao couldn't help licking her lips. Qiu Lily looked at her as if she had sensed something. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Qiao said with a smile, "I'm thinking that I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Today, I'll go to the mountain to see if there's anything delicious to eat." Qiu Lily said with a look of disinterest, "The meat you eat is from animals. What's so delicious about animal meat?" After saying that, she looked disgusted. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen, who were behind her, looked confused. Qiu Lily said again, "Aren't you here to look at the land?" Lin Qiao nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here to look at the land while hunting." "Isn't it perfect?" Qiu Lily looked at her strangely and said, "Why do I feel like you're a wild child in the countryside now? Did you do this a lot when you were young?" Lin Qiao looked at her with a smile and said, "You can tell." Lin Qiao drove the car to the intersection of Liangshan Road in Wushan District and stopped. Then, she got out of the car. A fresh forest smell came to her face. Lin Qiao sniffed left and right with her nose, and then put the car into the space. She pointed to the forest on the side and said, "I smell mutant beasts over there. Let's go." After saying that, she called the three behind her to explore. Qiu Lily was the most direct. She jumped lightly and jumped to the top of a tree. With a light breeze, she passed by. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen followed her silently, and then the three of them went into the forest. Lin Qiao converged all the aura in his body and followed the scent. The stones and grass under her feet had no effect on her. She smelled it and she knew, if she wasn't wrong. If she guessed correctly, there should be a lot of snakes somewhere ahead. Well, the meat of the giant snake from last time tasted very good. And in addition to the smell of snakes, most of the smell here was the smell of rats. Snakes and rats really lived in the same nest. But the smell of these rats was also strange. But it didn't affect Lin Qiao's interest in them. Lin Qiao followed the smell of the snakes in high spirits. The two behind her didn't know why the more she walked, the brighter their eyes became. When Qiu Lily, who was at the top of the tree, flew 700 or 800 meters forward, she silently flew back. When she saw the densely packed snakes hanging on the trees in the forest, her scalp went numb. Without saying a word, she turned around and ran back. After Lin Qiao walked 700 or 800 meters into the forest, she saw a small green snake as thick as a finger slipping under her feet. After taking a few more steps, two small patterned snakes slid over the back of her feet. Looking up, she saw that the trees, vines, bushes, and so on in front of her were all densely packed, twisting snakes of various colors like fried dough twists. There were big and small ones, the size of fingers, and the size of thumbs. Lin Qiao suddenly reached out and grabbed a big black snake the size of an arm. These snakes were more than 1 meter long, and they were grabbed by the neck by Lin Qiao. They rolled their bodies hard and wrapped around her arm. Lin Qiao flicked out her claws, then pulled the snake off her arm, and pulled it into a straight line. Then she pointed out a fingernail, poked the snake's abdomen, and began to pull it down. Screech, the fingernail scratched the snake's abdomen, making a sound. The snake's abdomen was scratched alive, and the snake's tail twisted and curled violently. After scraping the skin on the snake's abdomen, Lin Qiao reached in with 2 fingers and dug inside. A small snake gallbladder was pulled out. Then she opened her mouth and threw it down her throat. She swallowed it with a gulp. Well, this time she didn't bite it, so there was no bitter taste. Last time, she was dumbfounded by the bitterness. Chapter 4:15. After eating the snake egg, Lin Qiao turned around and saw the expressions of the 2 corpses behind her. She asked, "Hey, what's with your expressions? Haven't you eaten snakes before? Why are you standing so far away? Come in, they don't affect zombies. Even if they bite you, you won't be poisoned." Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen both shook their heads. If it was just one snake, Xie Dong wouldn't have any reaction. But this place was filled with an inexplicable trypophobia, right? Xie Dong's reaction was a bit smaller. After all, he was a man, so his psychological reaction wasn't that big. At least he didn't have goosebumps. But Shen Yuzhen couldn't. She hid behind Xie Dong and didn't come out. They didn't expect Lin Qiao to bring them to the snake forest. Snake forest. Their eyes were full of snakes. And Lin Qiao even caught snakes and ate them in front of them. Lin Qiao looked at them and said, "If you treated these snakes as food, you wouldn't have goosebumps." As she spoke, she suddenly took out 2 woven sacks and threw them towards the 2 of them. "It's useless to be afraid. Come and catch snakes. Let them make snake soup when we go back." Xie Dong took the bag, looked at Lin Qiao, and then turned to look at Shen Yuzhen behind him with a strange expression. After Lin Qiao threw the sacks, she held the dead snake and started to skin it. Then she tore off the snake meat and chewed it. The texture of raw meat was actually very smooth and tender. This was what Lin Qiao discovered after eating raw meat after becoming a zombie. Cooked meat doesn't taste so fresh and tender. Because Lin Qiao had caught a big snake and started eating it, the surrounding snakes were all scared and started to jump around. They quickly ran away to avoid the same ending as the snake that was caught by Lin Qiao. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen watched in bewilderment as Lin Qiao quickly tore apart the flesh of the snake's arm and ate it until only the skeleton was left. Lin Qiao threw the snake bone in her hand and sucked on her fingers. Then she turned around to look for the next one. She found that there were no traces of snakes within a few meters of her. She had to continue walking in the direction where the smell was stronger. Xie Dong could only sigh and give one of the bags to Shen Yuzhen. Shen Yuzhen took the bag in a daze, a little dumbfounded. Did he really want her to catch snakes? Oh my God! Let her die. She didn't want to catch a snake. Lin Qiao sensed her emotions and suddenly turned around to look at her. Take down a branch. To have a split, remove the same length from the split. You can use it to skewer the snake. When you put it into the bag, you can pinch its neck and pick it up. Xie Dong glanced at Shen Yuzhen and then at Lin Qiao. Shen Yuzhen closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Lin Qiao said, just take it as a test. You have to pass it eventually. Then she turned around to look for other snakes. Xie Dong looked at Shen Yuzhen sympathetically. Lin Qiao had made it clear that he could not help her. Originally, he wanted her to hold the bag while he caught the snake and put it in. She could only rely on herself now. Lin Qiao jumped left and right as he smelled the scent. Then, he quickly grabbed the tail of a forest python that was as thick as an arm and threw it off the tree with all his might. Pa, a fat snake that was more than a meter long and weighed dozens of kilograms was thrown to the ground by her. The python fainted from the slap and fell limply from her hand. Lin Qiao continued to drink the snake's blood. After drinking the blood, she cut open its stomach and ate its internal organs. After eating the internal organs, she continued to eat the meat. Maybe it was because she had not eaten for a long time, Lin Qiao could not stop eating at all. Seeing this, the two people behind her were scared. So, Lin Qiao walked while catching snakes to eat. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen followed them and walked among the snakes, catching one or two from time to time. In fact, at the beginning, it was Xie Dong who was catching snakes. Shen Yuzhen still did not dare to move. But it was already an improvement that she was willing to walk into the snakes. Lin Qiao did not rush her, but secretly observed her reaction. Even without Lin Qiao's words, Xie Dong consciously picked the big ones and caught them. He did not use the tree branch, but directly used his hands, and his movements were neat and agile. After all, when he was training in the army, it was normal for him to eat snakes and mice. It was just that he suddenly saw so many snakes, so his reaction was a little slow. Shen Yuzhen followed behind him for a long time, and her heart slowly got used to these snakes. She had no choice. Even if she was forced to, she had to get used to it. Because before, Lin Qiao had said that she wanted her to do something for her. If she could not even catch snakes, then what was the value of staying by Lin Qiao's side? And Lin Qiao had just said that this was a test for her. She had to complete it herself. Lin Qiao caught and ate the snakes along the way. She caught 7 or 8 snakes that were as thick as an arm and ate them with relish. Then, she turned around and saw that Xie Dong had already carried half a bag of snakes, while Shen Yuzhen had only caught 2. Not bad, not bad. She had improved. It was already very good that she dared to catch one. Seeing that Lin Qiao ate so many snakes in a row before stopping, Xie Dong and Xie Dong looked at her strangely. She finally finished eating. The big ones were all picked and eaten by you, the snake-eating maniac. She only left some small ones for them to catch. It would not even be enough to cook when they got back. After the 3 of them swept for an hour, all the snakes in the forest had been driven away by Lin Qiao. She sniffed the air, and then quickly climbed up a big tree at the side. She carefully sensed her surroundings, and her nose carefully sniffed something. 7 or 8 seconds later, she jumped down. Then, she said, "There's a big one over there. Don't come over. I'll clean it up myself." With that said, her figure flashed and disappeared from where she stood. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen looked at each other. Lin Qiao quickly ran toward a tree while invisible. Her feet accurately stepped on the stones or the tree trunk, and then she used the force of her feet to leap up the mountain. The trees that she stepped on only shook slightly or didn't move at all. Soon, she flashed to the top of the mountain, and then she saw a big pit at the top. Lin Qiao stood at the edge of the pit, which was 7 or 8 meters deep and had a diameter of more than 20 meters. She saw that there were more than 10 holes in the soil wall at the bottom of the pit, and each hole was as tall as a 7 or 8-year-old child. A strong, sweet, fishy smell came from these holes. At the bottom of the pit, there were densely packed snakes entangled with each other. This was a snake nest. Lin Qiao turned her head and looked around. Suddenly, she walked behind a stone that weighed dozens of kilograms. Then, she raised her leg and stepped on the stone to step forward. The stone was slowly kicked out by her, and it rolled toward the edge of the big pit. Then, it rolled down from the edge. Bang, 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 the sound of the stone rolling hit the bottom of the pit, and then it crushed a bunch of small snakes. The snakes below immediately became chaotic, and all of them climbed up the pit. But Lin Qiao quickly realized that none of them would enter the holes. They all avoided the holes and crawled out. Chapter 4:16. Lin Qiao squatted at the edge of the pit and looked at the snakes below. There might not be any other animals in this mountain, but snakes, there were so many of them that it was almost a disaster. And most of them were poisonous snakes. A large number of snakes crawled out of the pit, but there were still many that stayed at the bottom of the pit. Lin Qiao waved her hand, and a wisp of black fog floated out of her hand and floated down to the bottom of the pit. More and more black fog came out of Lin Qiao's hand, and then slowly became bigger. The black fog pressed down and soon touched those snakes. Then, the places where the black fog touched the snakes melted or disappeared directly. Many of the snakes that were touched by the black fog spread from that part of their body. If it touched the tail, it would disappear from the tail section by section. Those that touched the middle section disappeared from both ends. No snake could escape after being touched by the black fog. Soon, the group of snakes that was in a mess after being smashed by the stones, after calming down, instantly became chaotic again. Lin Qiao's fog slowly covered the snakes that didn't have time to run up, and then began to split into those holes one by one. She kept pouring the black fog into those holes. Anyway, the big snakes inside were unwilling to come out. Then she would pour the mist in. At this time, a voice suddenly came into her mind. "Mama, Mama, Mama, little man smelled a very fragrant energy source. Mama, are you catching a mutated animal?" Lin Qiao was stunned. This guy had already become a fertilized egg, but it still couldn't be her little egg quietly. Why did it always come out to talk? She revealed herself and stood up, and replied, "You haven't come out of my stomach, how can you smell the energy source?" Little man replied, "And that's either smell or perception anyway, little man can feel it." Lin Qiao could only reply, "Oh. I'm catching a snake. But why can't I feel the energy source? I smell a very fragrant meat." Little man said with some excitement, "Mama, quickly catch it. If you catch it, can you stick the energy core to your stomach?" Lin Qiao was a little surprised. Stick to her stomach? Shouldn't she eat it? She looked down at her stomach with a strange expression and asked, "Stick to my stomach? Can't I eat it?" In fact, she knew that she could directly swallow these energy cores, but because the previous zombie cores were in her brain, she felt disgusted and used her hands to absorb them. However, she could totally eat the energy nuclei of these mutant animals and plants. As a result, Little Man said, "Mama, if you swallow it, it will get stuck in your throat. As a zombie, isn't it a bit weird to have your throat stuck?" Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiao, this guy actually dared to laugh at her. Why was he getting more and more daring? First, he tricked her and Wu Qingyue without their consent. Now, he even dared to tease her when talking to her. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to answer, Little Man continued after laughing, because if Mama puts it in her stomach, Little Man's absorption rate will be much higher. If Mama absorbs or eats it first, Little Man won't get much energy. Little Man doesn't have an energy source. She won't be able to grow up. Does Mama want Little Man to stay in her stomach for a few years? Lin Xiao, it's not Neza. Alright, I know. Speaking of which, you're already an embryo, how can you still talk? Little Man replied, and Little Man can only talk to Mama, but I can't talk for too long. Alright, Little Man is sleepy. Mama, remember to stick the energy core on your stomach, Lin Xiao suddenly thought, according to this guy. Then, does she still need to absorb enough energy to develop? Then how much energy would she need to provide for her? Wait a minute. Then how much energy do you need to absorb before you come out of my body? She quickly asked. Little Man's voice came after a while, and Little Man doesn't know either. It depends on the situation, it also depends on the situation. Lin Xiao was a little dumbfounded. If he hadn't known about this before, he would have died. If she didn't know about this before, then wouldn't she have to stay in her stomach for 3 to 5 years? Oh my God. What the hell is this? I don't want to give birth to a Neza. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao felt terrible. Fortunately, this little guy ran out to tell her, otherwise when would she be able to give birth? She thought that Little Man was already like a normal person, and would come out after 10 months. But now that she thought about it, Lin Xiao's own body was in the state of a zombie. Even if her appearance was similar to that of a human, she was still a zombie. Although the blood in her body was slowly flowing, it flowed back into her heart, and then out of her heart. It entered from the left atrium, and came out from the right atrium. Lin Xiao didn't know how her heart was working, but it was already different from a normal zombie. Because a normal zombie's heart wouldn't have blood flowing in and out. And now, even if her heart had blood flowing, there was still no heartbeat. It was a very strange state. Even she didn't know what kind of ghost she was now. Neither a human nor a zombie. Just when Lin Xiao was a bit restless, suddenly there was a slight vibration coming from the ground. Lin Xiao immediately shifted her attention from Little Man's question, and stared at the hole below. Soon, she saw her black fog surge. Suddenly, a huge long object rushed out. It was a very big snake, and it was rolling at the bottom of the hole. Under Lin Xiao's black fog, it was faintly discernible, and a piece of shiny black snakeskin scales slid past. Hiss hiss, Lin Xiao heard its cry from below, as if it was inhaling and exhaling. She raised her hand to collect the black fog below, and then focused her eyes to take a look. Whoa, such a big Cobra King. Hiss hiss, a huge snake that was thicker than Lin Xiao's waist coiled at the bottom of the hole. It was like a small black pyramid, with a banana leaf-shaped snake head raised up high. The banana leaf snake head had a pair of eyes that flashed with a fierce light, and it was staring fiercely at Lin Xiao. One could see that the hard scales on its coiled body had been charred piece by piece. It was completely corroded by Lin Xiao's black fog. Its aura was very strong, and it just stared coldly at Lin Xiao. It didn't want to escape, or attack Lin Xiao angrily. Lin Xiao sized up this snake, and it was much bigger than the last one. The last snake was only as thick as Lin Qiao's thigh, and now the one in front of her was thicker than her waist. And Lin Qiao's black fog actually had a very slow effect on its scales. Chapter 4:17. Lin Qiao estimated its body length to be at least 20 meters. This was because the bottom of the pit was almost filled up when they were coiled up. It was like a small mountain. She was not only curious, snakes seemed to mutate easily after the doomsday. And what did it eat to grow so big? But seeing so many little snakes here, Lin Qiao felt that it must have grown up eating its own kind. Because she knew that big snakes would still eat small snakes. As long as it was not of the same type as itself, it would eat it. Lin Qiao stared at its thick snake body, not knowing how much it would eat to be full. His king cobra looked up at Lin Qiao with great momentum. Its half-meter-long snake tongue flashed out from time to time and then retracted. Lin Qiao flicked her claws. It seemed that this snake needed a strong physical attack. This was because its skin and scales were resistant to her black mist. If she wanted to break its scales, only her claws could do it. Just when she was thinking of jumping down to fight the black snake, she suddenly remembered that little man said not to be too strong in melee. She paused her movements. Not melee. Then how to fight this fight? Then she could only sneak attack. Thinking of sneak attack, Lin Qiao suddenly thought of something. Right, there was still a dog in the space. Release the dog to fight with it, then find a chance to sneak attack. Lin Qiao immediately flashed and entered the space. The king cobra saw that Lin Qiao suddenly disappeared, and her breath also disappeared. It immediately froze for a moment, and then looked around very vigilantly. After carefully looking around a few times, there was no sign of Lin Qiao. The king cobra immediately pressed its high head down, then retracted its head into the top of the pyramid, only revealing 2 eyes and mouth. After Lin Qiao entered the space, she directly appeared next to the zombie dog. A whoop! The zombie dog was startled by the sudden appearance of a human figure. It howled and then jumped to the other side. It bared its teeth at Lin Qiao and let out a very unhappy roar. A whoop! Lin Qiao said to it with her hands on her waist, Yo, you still have a temper with me. Do you want to get beaten up? I originally wanted to let you go out to play, but you yelled at me like this. Do you not want to go out? She glanced at the water basin and saw that the water in it had been drunk. There was no sign of water splashing around. When the zombie dog heard what she said, it was stunned for a moment. Then, it looked at her with glowing eyes, lowered its head and wagged its tail as it approached her. Oh whoa, it had been tied up here for a long time. It was not given food, nor was it released. After being tied up for so long, it was only given a basin of water to drink. It was too inhumane, it was too inhumane. Dog abuse. Lin Qiao looked at it with a smile and said, Do you remember that you are a dog? Do you remember that you've already died once? You're a dead dog now. Oh woof, the zombie dog jumped at her twice and let out a strange bark. It was already afraid of being tied up here. It couldn't go anywhere, so it circled around the top of the tree, wrapping the vines around the top of the tree until it couldn't move. Then, it turned around again. There were many teeth marks on the tree, but the damage wasn't great. That was why the dog couldn't even bite through the tree. Now that Lin Qiao said that she was going to let it out, how could it not be excited? When it heard that Lin Qiao wanted to go back on her words, it immediately stopped. It quickly acted like a spoiled child in front of her. Lin Qiao said to it, I'll let you go out to play, but what if you dare to run? If I catch you, I'll beat you to death. Do you understand? I won't even give you water to drink, do you understand? Oh whoa, hearing that there was no water to drink, the zombie dog couldn't take it anymore. The water was a good thing. It had energy. It could increase the energy in its body, and it felt very comfortable drinking it. It felt like its whole body was comforted, and it couldn't forget this feeling. Lin Chao said, "If you want to drink water, follow me." "Oh whoa." The zombie dog nodded repeatedly. It was actually very willing to follow Lin Chao for several reasons. First, there was the magical water here. Second, it could communicate with Lin Chao. It had never communicated with other zombies before, so it felt very lonely. So now it could understand Lin Chao's words. It was amazing that Lin Chao could also understand its meaning. Third, Lin Chao was very powerful. If it followed her, it would have meat to eat. Seeing that it agreed so readily, Lin Chao went to the top of the tree and loosened the vines. Then she pulled the rope and flashed out of the space with it. When a person and a dog suddenly appeared, the king cobra that had been paying attention to the surroundings immediately locked on to her. It saw that there was suddenly another animal next to her. In fact, the smell of zombies didn't attract the king cobra at all. But the king cobra was oppressed by Lin Chao's strong aura, so it couldn't help but be vigilant. Lin Chao didn't know what the level of the king cobra was, but her level 6 black mist couldn't do much damage to its skin, so she guessed that the snake should be above level 5. As soon as the zombie dog came out, it excitedly stretched its neck and howled, "Oh whoa," then it was immediately attracted by the aura of the king cobra. Although ordinary zombies didn't eat raw animal meat, these zombie animals would eat it. Because they ate raw meat when they were alive, even after becoming zombies, they would still eat the meat of mutant animals. It just didn't taste as good as those animals that hadn't been mutated. So now that it saw the mutant snake, it immediately became interested. Lin Chao looked at it pressing its forelimbs, closely staring at the mutant snake under the pit. "Go, bite it." As she said that, she suddenly let go of the vine in her hand. The zombie dog fiercely rushed down. Then Lin Chao disappeared again. Hiss! Seeing the zombie dog rushing down, the king cobra immediately opened its mouth, a pair of poisonous fangs popping out. But the zombie dog wasn't afraid of its poisonous fangs, and it pounced towards its hill-like body. It opened its mouth and bit the snake with its sharp teeth. So when it bit the snake's body, its body was also bitten by the snake's head. A large amount of venom was injected into the zombie dog's body, but it didn't have any effect on it. "Woo woo woo," the zombie dog growled in a low voice, biting the snake meat in its mouth and using force to pull it out. In an instant, the king cobra's coiling snake formation was disrupted. Hiss! The zombie dog didn't know pain, but the mutant snake did. It didn't expect its hard scales to be unable to block the other party's teeth. The sharp teeth pierced into its flesh, and the pain caused by the tearing pain made the giant snake struggle. Then, it was dragged out by the zombie dog. At this time, Lin Chao, who was guarding at the side, suddenly raised her sharp claws and slashed at the abdomen of the king cobra that was accidentally exposed due to the pain. Pooh! As expected, the scales on the abdomen of the king cobra were soft, not as hard as on its back. So Lin Chao's claws directly scratched its abdomen, leaving a few thin and long wounds. Chapter 4:18. Squeak! The mutant snake immediately heard a strange scream. Its scream wasn't loud, but it was very ear-piercing. Its body also twisted violently because of the pain. After Lin Chao's claw succeeded, she immediately retreated far away. Roar! At this time, although the zombie dog bit into the king cobra's flesh, it couldn't tear off a piece of the king cobra's flesh. Because of the king cobra's painful writhing, it was wrapped tightly by its body. Lin Chao was speechless as she looked at the zombie dog that couldn't move in the first round. "You're a level 5 zombie dog, right? How did you get taken care of so quickly? Don't you know how to dodge?" Did the dead dog's brain go bad after becoming a zombie? Just when Lin Qiao thought that the zombie dog was about to be wrapped up by the giant snake and become a deformed dog, suddenly, she saw a red light flash in the zombie dog's mouth. Then the red light became bigger and bigger. Then she saw the king cobra that was just wrapped tightly, as if it was scalded, and quickly loosened its body. Then it swam to the side. Lin Qiao saw that when the cobra strangled the zombie dog, it just happened that the wound she made was on the zombie dog's head. Then it was burned by the zombie dog's superpower fire, so it quickly loosened its grip. Hey, this dog's fighting strength is pretty good. It seemed that the zombie dog could entangle with the cobra for a while, so Lin Qiao immediately stood to the side and watched the battle. The zombie dog had a few broken ribs from the cobra, but it didn't care. It didn't affect it anyway. So it immediately chased after the cobra and bit it. The zombie dog also knew that the king cobra's attack had no effect on it, so it began to crazily bite the big snake without any care. Then Lin Qiao stood on the edge of the pit, watching the big snake being chased by the zombie dog. Occasionally, the zombie dog would be swept away by the big snake's tail, but it would quickly turn around and continue to rush over. After being bitten a few times, the giant snake was afraid of it. Although it wasn't fatal, it was still very painful. Then, the giant snake began to flee towards the top of the pit. It did not dare to enter the hole because of the black fog that Lin Qiao had left behind. Previously, when it was not injured, its scales had been corroded. Now, its body was covered in wounds. The black mist would directly enter the wound and corrode its flesh. Although the giant serpent was not very clear about this, it was still aware of the situation subconsciously, knowing that it would be more dangerous. So it chose to run out of the pit. But the zombie dog kept chasing after it, biting its tail and dragging it down, then biting its back and dragging it down. In any case, he wouldn't let it slip away. Moreover, the zombie dog was also very fast. It jumped around agilely and chased after the cobra bite. Therefore, the king cobra was in pain, itch, panic, and confusion. It jumped around the bottom of the pit, trying to escape, but was dragged back in. It turned around to bite the zombie dog, but the king cobra avoided it. It couldn't even attack the zombie dog. Soon, the king cobra was exhausted from being chased by the zombie dogs. Even his crawling speed had slowed down, and he was not agile in dodging. The zombie dog was still full of energy and continued to attack it. Lin Qiao watched the battle from the side for a full half an hour before the battle stopped. Looking at the powerless giant snake lying at the bottom of the pit, its whole body was curled up into a ball, its back was the hardest part of its body, and its head, tail, and stomach were all hidden inside. No matter how the zombie dog bit it, it refused to move and gave up resisting. Lin Qiao jumped down from above and gently kicked the zombie dog that was biting the giant snake's flesh. Okay, get up. Can't you see that it has no strength to resist? A whoop, the zombie dog unwillingly loosened its mouth and sat there looking up at Lin Qiao. I haven't eaten the meat yet. It couldn't help it. Although its teeth could bite through the snake's scales, it couldn't tear the flesh. This made it very depressed. Lin Qiao flashed her claws and said, "Do you want to eat?" The zombie dog's claws and teeth couldn't tear the giant snake's flesh, but Lin Qiao's claws could. After seeing Lin Qiao's claws, the zombie dog's black eyes lit up. It looked at her expectantly. Lin Qiao took 2 steps back and raised her claws, preparing to swing at the giant snake. At this time, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes peek out from the snake pile. Despair, grievance, fear, anger, these emotions were revealed from those long and narrow eyes. Lin Qiao was slightly stunned and stopped swinging her claws. The emotions in those eyes told her that it didn't do anything bad. Why did she want to kill it? It was clearly staying in this cave obediently and didn't offend anyone. Why did she want to kill it? Ha! Lin Qiao was surprised. Just now, the snake had been confronting her calmly, but she didn't see it reveal any emotions. So this snake's intelligence was already so high. And now, it knew that it was going to die, but it didn't go crazy in despair. It just curled up into a ball. It used the last method to protect itself. The snake that Lin Qiao encountered last time had already gone crazy from the beginning. Seeing its grievance and despair, Lin Qiao couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. She put down her hands and walked 2 steps over. She reached out her hand and gently touched the broken skin of the giant snake. The giant snake slightly shrank its body in fear, but it couldn't avoid Lin Qiao's touch. After Lin Qiao's palm touched its body, she was instantly overwhelmed by a feeling of grievance. She was silent for 5 or 6 seconds and suddenly let go of her hand. Why did she have a guilty feeling that she was bullying the weak? Was it because this snake knew how to act cute? After Lin Qiao took 2 steps back, the zombie dog looked at her strangely. What happened to cutting the meat? Lin Qiao lowered her head and said to the zombie dog, "Forget it, we won't eat it. It's already very pitiful after being beaten so badly by us. If we eat it again, it will be even more pitiful." The zombie dog looked at her blankly. What pitiful? Lin Qiao felt speechless talking to a dead dog. She thought about it and picked up its rope. She dragged it out of the pit and stretched her hand back. The black fog that had been blocking the cave was taken out by her. It flowed into the cave and then into Lin Qiao's palm. After the giant snake saw Lin Qiao step back, its diamond-shaped eyes flashed with doubt. Seeing that Lin Qiao didn't intend to attack the giant snake, the zombie dog became angry. Oh whoa! It immediately stood up, pressed its head against the giant snake, and let out a low growl from its throat. At the same time, it kicked back with its feet, digging the sand on the ground behind it. Chapter 4:19. The zombie dog expressed its pain in the balls. Damn it, it had been working so hard to kill the snake. Now that it was done, it was ready to eat the meat. Why did she let the snake go? Wolf doesn't understand. Lin Qiao said, "I let you out to play. It's up to me to decide whether you want to eat it or not. If you want to eat meat, we'll go catch something else." Oh whoa, the zombie dog was still digging in the ground, and it growled in dissatisfaction. Lin Qiao angrily kicked its butt again. What are you howling for? I said you can't eat it, so you can't eat it. Let's go. She dragged it to the top of the pit. The zombie dog reluctantly let her drag it up, and then looked back at the giant snake at the bottom of the pit. When the giant snake saw them leave, it loosened its tightly coiled body. Then, it popped its head out, looking at Lin Qiao dragging the zombie dog away. After a while, the king cobra finally loosened its body, and then quietly climbed up. It quietly popped its head out from the edge of the pit, looking in the direction Lin Qiao left. After confirming that she was far away, it quickly turned around and rolled down. Then, it crawled into the nearest hole. When Lin Qiao reached the top of the mountain, she saw Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen still in the same place. She moved the bag in her hand, and there were quite a few snakes inside. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen, on the other hand, were dumbfounded as they stared at the festering, bloody, and strangely twisted giant zombie dog that she was holding. They had seen zombie beasts before, and they weren't like zombies. It didn't matter if they had broken bones or broken stomachs. As long as their brains weren't damaged, they would turn into zombie beasts and bite people. Moreover, their speed was very fast, unlike ordinary zombies that were slow. They were agile and elusive, making it hard for people to defend against them. Their attacks were strong, and their damage was high. Therefore, when Xiaodong and the others left the base, they would rather encounter zombies than zombie beasts. Even if they encountered mutant beasts, at least they wouldn't take the initiative to attack people. However, zombie beasts were like dung crowders that smelled shit, and they would rush over excitedly. Xiaodong looked at the ugly zombie dog in front of him and suddenly felt that Lin Qiao's hobby was really strange. If you want to raise a pet, at least get a pretty and cute one, right? Alright, it's fine if you don't like pretty and cute ones, but can you find a normal one? What was the point of raising a zombie dog with wrinkled fur, a sunken chest, festering wounds all over its body, and a huge crack in its mouth? Lin Qiao grabbed a small snake that was as thick as a thumb and threw it into the zombie dog's mouth. Hey, don't you want to eat snakes? Let's eat. Pooey, the zombie dog spat out the small snake that it had bitten in its mouth in disgust. How could such a small snake with no energy compare to the high-level giant snake just now? The snake's meat was more fragrant. Seeing the surprised expressions on Xiaodong's and Lin Qiao's faces, Lin Qiao said, "Look, isn't it cool?" Xiaodong and Shen Yuzhen shook their heads at the same time. They had no idea what was so cool about this ugly zombie dog. Lin Qiao smiled and said, "You don't understand. If I slowly repair its body, it will be able to heal itself. If I slowly repair its body, it will be powerful." Xiaodong and Shen Yuzhen were stunned. Shen Yuzhen looked at him in confusion. Shen Yuzhen looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiaodong knew that Lin Qiao's magical lake water had a powerful healing ability. He looked at the dog after he came back to his senses. Looking at the shape of its head, it seemed to be a wolf that had turned into a zombie dog. He thought that if the zombie dog repaired its fur, the sticky and tattered fur would become smooth dog fur. After the wound on its head healed, it would have a pair of straight ears and a pair of sharp eyes. It would have a huge body, 4 thick legs, and sharp teeth. It would have a big tail that kept sweeping. Yes, it would be much more powerful than this. But Lin Qiao's next words shattered his fantasy. But don't you think it looks like a hellhound in a fantasy world? It would be great if it could grow 3 heads. Xiaodong was speechless. That was already a monster. When Shen Yuzhen saw Lin Qiao approaching with the zombie dog, she retreated to the other side. It could only be said that the zombie dog was frighteningly ugly. Lin Qiao looked at their reactions and said, "What are you afraid of? You are zombies. It won't attack you." She took a look at their bags and said, "Well, we've caught so many snakes. Let's go out and see if there is any land that we can farm on." After saying that, she dragged the zombie dog and walked out. When they reached the road, Lin Qiao let the car out. Then she patted the roof of the car and said to the zombie dog, "Go up." The zombie dog looked at her blankly. "Go up? How about I send you back to the forest?" Lin Qiao continued. "Oh woo!" The zombie dog didn't want to do it. It quickly jumped onto the roof of the car. Lin Qiao loosened its vines and suddenly released a wisp of black mist from one of her hands. She looked up and said to it, "Stay up there and don't run. If you dare to run, I won't stop you. But I will devour you. It's up to you." The black mist rose to the roof of the car and surrounded the zombie dog. Oh whoa! As soon as it saw the black mist so close to it, the zombie dog immediately lowered its ears and lay down on the roof of the car. The mist gave it a very dangerous feeling, and Lin Qiao also threatened it. The zombie dog knew her strength. If it ran away, she could catch up. Moreover, there was a presence that was stronger than Lin Qiao. It didn't know who it was. What if it ran away and encountered that strong presence? Maybe it would be killed by it. The zombie dog with intelligence was actually afraid of death. Under the absolute suppression of strength, it would also feel a sense of crisis. So the zombie dog suddenly felt that it was quite safe to stay with Lin Qiao. Seeing that it was obedient, Lin Qiao opened the door. She sat in the driver's seat. Xie Dong and Lin Qiao tied the mouth of the bag with the snakes tightly and threw it into the trunk. Then they got into the back seat of the car. Lin Qiao waited for a while and didn't see Qiao Lily come down. She knew that she probably didn't want to take the car. She could only drive herself and continue to walk into Wu Mountain. After a few turns, Lin Qiao saw a piece of flat land full of weeds. However, Lin Qiao could smell the sweet scent of sweet potatoes and corn from the weeds. Lin Qiao stopped the car and got off to carefully look at the land. She saw sweet potato leaves mixed in the weeds. And there were other things besides sweet potatoes, such as corn. She could smell the sweetness of the corn. But there wasn't a lot of corn, but a lot of sweet potatoes. Chapter 420. Lin Qiao walked into the sweet potato field and was surprised to find that, in addition to all kinds of weeds that she couldn't recognize, there were only two types of plants, sweet potatoes and corn. And sweet potatoes took up a very large area, about 2 or 3 acres of land, and they were very lush. And only sweet potatoes and weeds were growing crazily, the corn was scattered in the middle. What made her feel strange was that sweet potatoes were full of zombie virus, but corn wasn't. So she smelled the sweet smell of the corn, but it was sweet to humans, not to a zombie like her. It was just that she could tell them apart. Lin Qiao stepped on the sweet potato leaves and walked down, then approached a corn. She used her hand to break off a corn, peeled it, and revealed the yellow pearl inside. As soon as the corn was peeled, the sweet smell was even stronger. Lin Qiao looked at it, then put it in her mouth and took a bite. It felt like he was eating plastic. It was tasteless. Looking at the corn that she took a bite of, Lin Qiao threw it away. If she knew it didn't taste good, she wouldn't have eaten it. Now that she took a bite, it was probably full of virus. Ha! Lin Qiao suddenly thought of a problem. Last time when she and Wu Qingyue were tricked by Little Man, Wu Qingyue seemed to have kissed her more than once or twice during sex. And he even stuck his tongue in and entangled her for a long time. He was simply a pervert. She didn't know if that guy would be infected by the virus in her mouth. Or was it because he was surrounded by Little Man's energy, making him immune? Thinking that if Wu Qingyue had intimate contact with her, as a zombie, there would be no problem. Instead, she was the one who suffered, and her belly was also pregnant. Ah! Well, even if Little Man did it on purpose. But the more Lin Qiao thought about it, the more depressed she felt. Little Man was really born to trick her. She had a premonition that if she met with Wu Qingyue again, she would definitely be tricked again. Because Little Man seemed to like Tiny Tot, although Lin Qiao also liked him a little. But Little Man would definitely accept Wu Qingyue because of Tiny Tot, and then as time passed, she would slowly sell her mother. She had this premonition. So she should stay away from him. Stay away from him. However, she did not know that Wu Qingyue was already heading in her direction. Lin Qiao shook off the messy thoughts in his mind and looked at the sweet potato leaves. She felt as if the sweet potato vines were protecting the corn, absorbing the underground virus into their bodies, allowing the corn to grow normally like before the apocalypse. There was also a small portion of sweet potatoes next to the corn that was not infected by the virus, but it was very small and hard to find. Normal people would avoid such a large patch of mutated sweet potatoes the moment they saw it. Lin Qiao looked at the sweet potato leaves that had changed from green to purplish black. He thought that if he wanted to get rid of these mutated sweet potatoes, it would take a lot of effort. After all, it was 2 to 3 mu of land. Moreover, humans could not come down and touch these mutated plants, so they could only rely on the zombies to dig the ground. Zombies, zombies. Lin Chao suddenly felt that she didn't have enough zombies. Fortunately, she had a special ability that could melt all the mutated sweet potatoes. As for the corn that Lin Chao had just dropped, it had already turned black. She didn't know if it was bitten by her or if it was thrown onto the vine of the mutated sweet potato. She stood next to the corn stalk and looked at the other corn stalks. There were some big and some small corn plants, but the quantity was not much. At most, there would be 2 or only 1 hanging on each tree. Some hadn't even grown yet. Lin Chao checked them all and found that there were less than 100 corn plants. However, around the roots of each corn plant, there would be 2 to 3 uninfected sweet potatoes. Altogether, there were 200 to 300 plants. If the infected ones were removed and the uninfected sweet potatoes were allowed to grow, perhaps there would be a lot of them. Sweet potatoes had a strong vitality and were easy to survive. Therefore, as long as the virus was taken care of, the plants here would grow into a large patch of sweet potato vines after a few months. At this time, a black shadow flashed and jumped down from the top of the car. Then it ran toward Lin Chao. Stop. Don't step on it. If you trample on my corn and sweet potatoes, I'll beat you up. Lin Chao turned around and pointed at the zombie dog that was about to run over and scolded. Awoo! The zombie dog was scolded by her and braked. It stopped in the middle of a pile of mutated sweet potato leaves. These mutated sweet potato leaves were very rich and tall. They had already grown to Lin Chao's knees. As soon as the zombie dog came down, its 4 legs were submerged in the sweet potato leaves. Lin Chao walked over and stood beside it. She pointed at the corn plant and said, "Look, this is a tall plant. Don't touch it and don't go near it. Not even a little bit, do you understand?" The zombie dog curiously stretched out its nose and sniffed. Then it lifted its legs and walked 2 steps towards the corn plant. Lin Chao hurriedly shouted to it, "Don't move. I told you not to go over, but you still went over. Are you looking for a beating?" The zombie dog blankly stopped and turned back to look at her. Lin Chao walked over and raised her hand to pat its head. However, when he saw that they were all lacerated wounds, he froze. She sighed and pointed at the mutated sweet potato leaves and said, "Go this way. Go." Then she used her foot to lightly kick the zombie dog where there were no wounds. This time, the zombie dog seemed to understand what she meant and immediately walked towards the mutated sweet potato leaves. It walked a few meters and looked back at Lin Chao. Seeing that Lin Chao didn't shout at it, it continued to walk. Then whenever it approached the corn plant, Lin Chao would shout at it. So the zombie dog also knew to avoid the corn plant. After discovering that Lin Chao didn't care about it anymore, the zombie dog immediately ran into the mutated sweet potato field. With a single leap, he was able to cover a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Like a huge rabbit, he hopped towards the hill opposite the sweet potato field. Lin Chao saw that it knew how to avoid the corn plants, so she didn't care about it anymore. She knew what it was looking for, because she smelled the meat of a big rat. She was just bluffing when she said she would catch a rat for it. She didn't expect there to really be a rat here. Thinking about it, she also followed the zombie dog over. On the side of the road, Xia Dong and Shen Yuzhen looked at the happy zombie dog with strange expressions. They still couldn't accept that Lin Chao was raising this dog. But seeing how Lin Chao communicated with the dog, it was obvious that the dog was obedient. Of course, it would only listen to Lin Chao. As for the others, well, that shouldn't be possible. Who would make a zombie dog listen to them? Apart from Lin Chao, who was in a special situation, there shouldn't be anyone else. Chapter 421. Lin Chao followed the zombie dog through the sweet potato field. There was a small hill on the side with a small forest and some vines. There was no path to walk on. But in the eyes of the zombie dog, this was nothing. It directly lowered its head and burrowed in, or jumped up high. Soon, his figure disappeared from sight. Lin Qiao followed behind it, watching it excitedly burrow in. She didn't follow it in, but looked at the edge of the sweet potato field. After looking for a while, she jumped on a 1-meter-high stone. Then, with a wave of her hand, a wisp of black mist flew out. Then, it divided into several small black lines, scattering to other parts of the sweet potato field. Then, when the sweet potato leaves were infected by the black mist, they immediately began to turn into a hole. Then, the hole slowly expanded, spreading in all directions. Perhaps because Lin Qiao released too little black mist, the sweet potato leaves melted much slower, and the more it expanded, the slower it became. After a while, she saw that in the lush mutated sweet potato field, there were many 2-meter-wide holes. These holes were formed when the sweet potato leaves that were originally half a meter tall were swallowed, revealing the ground under the leaves. Lin Qiao avoided the places with corn, and attacked in the gaps between the corn. Looking at the sweet potato leaves that were swallowed by the black mist, the area was about 2 meters wide. She immediately calculated in her heart. She used the black mist to clear the sweet potato leaves outside of the stone under her feet, and then slowly swallowed the mutated sweet potato leaves bit by bit, while carefully avoiding the normal corn and sweet potatoes. Soon, the originally crazily growing mutated sweet potato leaves and vines were cleared by Lin Qiao, revealing a large piece of clean land. But the soil quality of the land was not very good. Lin Qiao could smell it. After a while, she saw movement in the small forest behind her, and then she saw the zombie dog quickly jump out. It had something in its mouth, but when it saw the suddenly bare ground, it couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, a puzzled expression on his face. Just now, it seemed to remember that there was a lot of grass here, and it even jumped over. How did it disappear in the blink of an eye? The zombie dog doubtfully stopped by the stone under Lin Qiao's feet. Lin Qiao looked down at it and found that the thing in its mouth was struggling. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lin Qiao was speechless when he saw the rabbit-sized squirrel in the zombie dog's mouth. What happened to animals after the apocalypse? Did they take hormones? Each of them grew so big. Although the big squirrel was big, it was stuck in the mouth of the zombie dog. The zombie dog's teeth pierced deeply into the squirrel's body, holding it firmly in its mouth. No matter how the squirrel wriggled and swept its fluffy tail, it was unable to escape from its mouth. Woo dash, the zombie dog looked up at Lin Qiao with the squirrel in its mouth, but it didn't look like it was going to give it to Lin Qiao. Instead, he made a guttural sound at her. Alright, it's your prey. Eat it yourself. It's not like I'm going to snatch it from you, Lin Qiao said as she glanced at it. After getting her consent, the zombie dog immediately happily walked to an open space on the side with the squirrel in its mouth. Then it lay down, pressed its 2 front paws against the squirrel, and released its mouth. After it released its mouth, it looked at the squirrel that was struggling desperately under its paws. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and bit down on the squirrel's fist-sized head. Gotcha! The zombie dog broke the squirrel's bones. The zombie dog bit the squirrel's head and pressed its paws against the squirrel's body. Then it pulled, and the whole head was pulled out. The squirrel's broken neck was stretched out by the zombie dog's pulling, and then it was broken. Blood gushed out. Kakaka, the zombie dog bit the squirrel's head and chewed it into a ball. The zombie dog's teeth were hard and sharp, so it only took a few bites to chew the squirrel's head. Soon it swallowed it, and then it stuck out its tongue to lick its teeth. Then it lowered its head and continued to chew the squirrel's body under its paws. Thus, a cute red-bellied squirrel with big eyes and a fluffy tail became food for the zombie dog. Lin Qiao watched it eat happily, and then she looked back at the small jungle behind her. She found that there seemed to be a lot of rats in there, and they should be living in this area by eating the mutated sweet potatoes on the ground. Although she used the black mist to erase the vine leaves on the ground, she didn't get rid of the big sweet potatoes growing under the ground. These had to be dug up by people, or turned over by earth ability users. Only then could they dig up the sweet potatoes growing under the ground and throw them away. Anyway, they were mutated and couldn't be eaten. Maybe it was because this sweet potato field was flourishing, so the rats in the surrounding area were living well. And each of them was so big, just like this squirrel. And the rats in the surrounding area, Lin Qiao felt that, were a bit overrun. She should let the hellhound catch more to eat. After the sweet potato vines were cleared by Lin Qiao, some of the ground still revealed some holes. The big holes were the size of a human head, and she believed that the rats must have dug a tunnel below. So Lin Qiao felt that she should let the zombie dog catch more rats. "Ah Wang, after you finish eating, go catch more," Lin Qiao thought and called the zombie dog. In fact, she was too lazy to give the zombie dog a name, so she just called it Ah Wang. However, the zombie dog ignored her and continued to eat its meat. Ha! It actually ignored her. Lin Qiao was immediately confused, and she raised her hand and threw out a wisp of black mist. The black mist immediately floated towards the food in the zombie dog's mouth. As the zombie dog was eating, it suddenly glanced at a wisp of drifting black fog that was heading towards it. Oh whoa! It was immediately shocked and instantly kicked. It didn't care about the squirrel meat under its paws and quickly retreated. It looked up at Lin Qiao with dissatisfaction, and then stared at the black mist with fear. "Ah Wang, I called you, but you didn't listen. This is your reward. You have to respond to me in the future, understand?" Lin Qiao pointed at it and said. The zombie dog didn't know what Ah Wang was. Lin Qiao squatted down, pointed at it and continued, "You will be called Ah Wang in the future, understand?" "Oh whoa." The zombie dog looked confused. Lin Qiao pointed at the leftovers, and then pointed at the small forest behind her and said, "Quickly finish eating and then go catch more. I want to catch all the rats on the mountain for you. Understand?" "Oh whoa. Why did she want to catch all of them?" The zombie dog looked at her. Lin Qiao said, "Don't talk so much nonsense. Quickly eat your food. Don't stay here and look at the dirt." Chapter 422. The zombie dog looked at her, then looked at the black fog that didn't move. Then, it barked at her in dissatisfaction. "Oh whoa." Now, she was so scared that she had lost her appetite, yet she asked her to finish eating. Lin Qiao was amused as he took back the black fog and said to it, "Who told you to ignore me just now?" "I told you, but you didn't listen." "Oh whoa, who the hell knows who you're calling?" Lin Qiao immediately stared at it and said, "Are you going to eat it or not? Even if you don't want to eat it. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Thus, it was inexplicably threatened again. The zombie dog expressed that it was very innocent. Oh whoa, after letting out a very unhappy howl, it lowered its head and ate the squirrel's remains in a few bites. Even the hair and the flesh were eaten. After it finished eating, it turned around and ran into the woods again. Then, there was another commotion in the woods. No, it was birds and beasts flying apart. Lin Qiao watched it go in before jumping down from the rock. She then walked towards the mutant sweet potatoes that she had left behind to surround the corn stalk. She squatted down to look at the normal sweet potato leaves growing at the feet of the corn. There were actually holes under the vines. Compared to the mutated sweet potatoes, the rats preferred to eat the normal sweet potatoes. At this moment, a white figure flew down from afar. Then, he landed on the roof of the car beside Xia Dong and looked at Lin Qiao curiously. What is she doing? Xia Dong and the other man shook their heads at her. Qiao Lily glanced at the ground on Lin Qiao's side. She thought about the sand under the ground and gave up the idea of flying to her side. When Lin Qiao came up, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Qiao walked to the side of the car, pointed to the empty land and said, "You can plant things on this land if you plowed it." However, there were a lot of rats around, and they were especially big. "I sent the dog out to catch it." Qiao Lily asked her strangely, "Dog? Where did the dog come from?" Lin Qiao pointed at the zombie dog that just happened to run out of the forest and said, "Look, isn't that it?" After the zombie dog came out, it looked at Qiao Lily, who was on the roof of the car next to Lin Qiao. It stopped on the rock that Lin Qiao had been standing on and didn't dare to come closer. In his mouth was a rat bigger than a cat, with a thick and long tail. This was only a mouse, and a mountain mouse at that. As soon as Qiao Lily saw it, she immediately shouted in disgust, "Wow, where did you find such an ugly dog?" Lin Qiao said, "I picked it up on the way back to High City last time." Then she pointed to the piece of land and said, "These acres of land can be used to grow things, but it needs to be plowed a lot. Also, catch all the rats." Qiao Lily looked at the zombie dog while resisting the urge to get close to it. He asked, "So you found it to catch mice?" Although she was disgusted and resistant, she didn't refuse Lin Qiao to raise it. She even wanted Lin Qiao to throw the dog away. Lin Qiao shook his head and said, "No, I didn't know there were so many rats here. At that time, I felt that it was impressive, so I picked it up." Qiao Lily asked her, "Aren't you afraid that it will eat people? What if it rushes into the base and eats people?" Lin Qiao said, "Of course I will keep an eye on it. I won't let it out of my sight. I can only put it away in crowded places, but I can only let it out in the wild." Qiao Lily nodded knowingly. Suddenly, she asked Lin Qiao curiously, "Hey, that's right. Why didn't you kill the mutant snake just now? I thought you were going to kill it." Lin Qiao was stunned. She realized that Qiao Lily had gone up to see the snake. "You didn't kill it again, did you?" she asked her. Qiao Lily shook her head and said, "No. I'm just curious. You were ready to go up to kill the snake, so why did you suddenly stop?" Lin Qiao said, "Oh, I think it is a bit strange. It seems to be very intelligent, and even if it was about to be killed, it didn't go crazy. Sigh, it's rare to see a snake with this kind of temperament. If it was another snake, it would be a bit dangerous if it went crazy." Qiao Lily didn't quite understand and asked her, "It didn't go crazy? Is that why you didn't kill it?" "Why?" Lin Qiao explained to her, "Didn't I say it was very strange? It gave me the feeling of a kind girl." When Qiao Lily and the other two heard her words, their faces fell. What the hell? Who would compare a cold and ruthless cold-blooded animal to a kind girl? Big Sister Corpse, aren't your brain circuits a little too strange? Were you also like this before you became a zombie? The three suddenly felt that Big Sister Corpse's world was too difficult to understand. Qiao Lily couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Like what you said, that snake is also very innocent, okay? Not only was he killed by you, but he was also beaten up by you. I almost thought it was going to die." Lin Qiao spread her hands and said, "That's how it is. The weak are prey to the strong, that's the natural rule of this apocalypse. If it meets someone stronger than it, it doesn't even have the ability to escape. You can't blame the person who hunted it. And I've already let it go. I'm also very kind." Qiao Lily said, "Are you kind?" Although you're not a bad person, you're not kind. Kind people are stupid if they say they're kind. Lin Qiao leaned against the car door, crossed her arms, and looked up at her with a smile, and said, "Aren't you also very kind?" Qiao Lily was stunned for a moment before she reacted, and immediately said, "Are you saying I'm stupid?" Lin Qiao laughed and spread her hands, and said, "I didn't say that." Humph! Qiao Lily pouted and turned her head, ignoring her. But in less than 2 seconds, she turned back and asked, "Right, how long are you going to stay here? Do you want to go somewhere else?" Lin Qiao glanced at the zombie dog standing on the other side of the rock and said, "I want to wait until it catches all the mice in the forest." Qiao Lily looked at the zombie dog with doubt, and asked, "Then how long are you going to catch it? Aren't we going back?" Lin Qiao said, "Why don't you take the 2 of them back first? Or you can go wherever you want, I want to stay here. If we want to dig the ground now, we don't have the manpower to do it. I'm thinking, should we catch a few level 3 or 4 zombies to train them in farming?" Saying that, she looked at Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen indicated that it was okay for them to dig the ground. But she said to catch a few level 3 or 4 zombies. She said catch, and she said train. Okay. Without manpower, we'll just squeeze the zombies. Anyway, this apocalypse didn't lack zombies. Lin Qiao slowly walked to her side and looked at the furnishings around. The furnishings here weren't messy, but they were covered with a thick layer of dust. The things on the table were placed where they should be, and the whole table was still very clean. The stools were stuffed under the table, and there was no extra garbage on the floor. It seemed that when the apocalypse came, there was no one in these workshops, and the people probably went to the dormitory. Maybe if she went over now, she could see that there should be a lot of dried blood on the floor of the dormitory, the stairwell, and the walls everywhere. She gently walked towards the female zombie, and her invisible feet actually left a string of faint footprints on the dust. But the female zombie didn't notice this. Lin Qiao walked to her side and smelled her breath. Whoa! It stinks. There was no way, almost every zombie had this smell. But this female zombie's rancid smell was heavier, and it came from her mouth. If she opened her mouth, she could probably make people 2 meters away faint. But Lin Qiao strangely found that she didn't have a murderous aura. But there was a strange murderous aura. How did this aura come from? In fact, the aura of a level 4 zombie was different. It was because of the direction of their life that they slowly changed. Just like the 2 that Qiao Lily brought, in fact, except for their ugly appearance, they didn't have a murderous aura. Because they didn't kill people, and rarely fought with other zombies. But the female zombie in front of him had a murderous aura, which meant that she wasn't a guy to be trifled with. But she didn't have the kind of murderous aura that zombies who often eat people should have. What was going on? Could it be that she hadn't eaten a living person for a long time? Lin Qiao stood behind her with some doubts, crossed his arms, and used his fingers to scratch his delicate chin. However, the stains on her mouth and fingernails were probably from her flesh. Lin Qiao observed for a while, then suddenly reached out, grabbed the neck of the female zombie who was standing by the window, and then flashed into the space in the next second. Roar dash! The female zombie was scared by the sudden sneak attack, and suddenly raised her hand to push away Lin Qiao's arm. Her whole body arched, and quickly jumped to a safe position on the other side. She twisted her 5 palaces, and fiercely roared at Lin Qiao, obviously shocked and angry. Lin Qiao looked at her, and nodded. Sure enough, very fierce. Don't roar, your roar is loud, and you can't beat me. You can't beat me, you should understand yourself. Or you can't even beat it. Lin Qiao calmly said to her, and then pointed to the zombie dog that quietly appeared behind her. When the female zombie turned around, she saw a level 5 zombie dog appear less than 2 meters behind her. She didn't know when it appeared. At this distance, as long as it fiercely pounced, she would immediately be torn into 2 pieces. Chapter 424. And the female zombie soon found out that this place gave her a very strange feeling. It seemed that in this place, her abilities were all suppressed. Lin Qiao slightly narrowed her eyes, and said to her, "Yes, your ability is suppressed here. Because this is the space that I control, so you are in here. If I want you to die, you must die. Do you understand?" The female zombie looked back at her in panic, and there was some disbelief in her eyes. And fear, panic, grievance, anger, and other complex emotions were all expressed. She had been very unlucky recently. Originally staying in her own territory was fine. Suddenly she was driven out by a strange level 5 zombie. The other did not chase her, but just let her leave her place. Leaving was leaving, she couldn't beat others, so she accepted it. Later she knew that many of her original neighbors were driven out, and she felt a little better. And her territory was occupied by some food. And being guarded by those level 5 zombies, it should be their food. Or the food of the king. The female zombie saw Lin Feng and the others, and thought that they might be the zombie leaders, or the food of Chiao Lily who suppressed her aura to level 6. But she didn't expect that not long after. She was now being targeted by a king, and it had even brought her to this godforsaken place. And it could also suppress her ability. The female zombie moved her claws, and felt that her strength seemed to have decreased. And Lin Qiao also recently knew that she could now control the air pressure in this space. She finally knew why this space could restrict the ability of human psychics, because the energy in the air here was completely controlled by her and Little Man. She didn't feel anything when Little Man controlled it before. Now that Little Man left this space, and went into her stomach, Lin Qiao could clearly feel the feeling of controlling this space. The energy in the air was only a thought from her. It could suppress the energy produced by the virus or the mutated psychic energy. So suppressing the zombies that were full of viruses was only a thought. She saw the female zombies panic and said to her, "If you don't want to die, you have to listen to me. Otherwise, you will die now, and you will also die in the future. Because you should not live in this world, you will all be slowly eliminated." Roar, I don't understand. Who are you? The female zombie didn't understand what she meant, but seeing Lin Qiao standing at a safe distance, she didn't seem to want to attack her. The female zombie calmed down and asked Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao waved his hand at the zombie dog, and it retracted its gaze from the female zombie. He then walked toward Lin Qiao. "From now on, I will be the leader here, and also the strongest person who can control you. In addition to being able to control you, I will also give you a stable life. But all of you must listen to me, or I will kill you without mercy." Lin Qiao saw the zombie dog walk over and said to the female zombie. Then she released all the breath in her body and covered the female zombie with a murderous intent. Roar dash, the female zombie's legs trembled and she knelt down in horror. Under the pressure of Lin Qiao's aura, her brain completely stopped working. When Lin Qiao saw her like this, she hurriedly retracted her breath. He had almost forgotten that this was her space, and her aura would be amplified several times. What if this level 4 zombie was scared to death? A wood dash, even the zombie dog next to her was lying on the ground, looking at her with a very scared expression. Lin Qiao looked around, then raised his hand and waved towards the direction of the forest. A metal light flashed from the forest. Dang dash, a stainless steel basin appeared in Lin Qiao's hand. This was the basin that she used to fill the water for the zombie dog to drink. She walked to the lake and filled the basin with water, then walked to the zombie dog. She squatted down in front of it. "What's your name?" As long as you listen to me, I won't torture you," she said after putting down the basin. Then she stood up, waved her hand again, and a cup appeared in her hand. She walked to the lake and filled the cup with water. Then she walked towards the female zombie. At this time, the female zombie's body was emitting an aura of despair and fear. "Get up, drink this." Lin Qiao stood beside her and said. But the female zombie just trembled a bit, and didn't have any other reaction. She was still curled up on the ground. Lin Qiao squatted down impatiently, then stretched out her empty hand. She lifted her head, then put the cup next to her mouth. "Drink it for me. Don't make me say it a third time," she threatened coldly. At this time, the female zombie looked up at her in fear, then stood up and kneeled on the ground. Lin Qiao let go of her, then frowned. She said to her, "Take it and stand up." After saying that, she stretched out the cup. The female zombie took the cup with both hands in fear, then carefully glanced at Lin Qiao. Those dark eyes without any white were full of fear. Obviously, she was scared by Lin Qiao just now. As she looked at Lin Qiao, she slowly stood up. Lin Qiao also stood up and took 2 steps back. The female zombie put the cup next to her mouth, and a corpse-luring energy emitted from the water. She froze for a moment, and looked at the cup with some doubt. Because the atmosphere here was too tense, she didn't notice it. Now that she noticed it, her mind couldn't help but be attracted by the energy in the water. "What is this? It seems to be delicious. The energy is also very fragrant." She looked up at Lin Qiao. This was given to her by Lin Qiao, which meant she could drink it. Lin Qiao hugged her arms and took 2 steps back, leaving her a safe distance. This made her less nervous. Seeing that she stepped back, the female zombie felt a little relieved. Then she held the cup and tried to take a sip, then her expression became slightly happy. Then, she gulped it down in one gulp. After drinking it, he chewed the cup with a crunch. "Lin Qiao. Leave the cup for me." Looking at the cup that was already missing a mouthful, Lin Qiao expressed helplessness. Why do these zombies love to eat cups so much? And this is glass, aren't they afraid of breaking their teeth? The female zombie looked at her with a blank face. Lin Qiao said angrily, "If you have the ability, then eat the whole cup for me." As soon as she finished speaking, the female zombie stuffed the cup into her mouth. Then, he began to chew on the food. Lin Qiao looked at the blood flowing out of her mouth, and couldn't help but feel a chill. She quickly waved her hand. Okay, stop eating. Is it delicious?" Lin Qiao said, and a powerful aura rushed towards the young zombie. The young zombie finally felt real fear. He realized that the level of his kind in front of him was not only much higher than him, but also much higher than him. This made him feel like a clown. Although he didn't know what a clown was, he could still understand this feeling. A whoop, the zombie dog didn't like this weak zombie, but it found that Lin Qiao talked to him for the longest time. The zombie dog jealously walked to her side. Lin Qiao looked down at it and said, "What are you howling for? Go to the side." They caught and killed all the level 4 zombies in the uptown. Only then did Lin Qiao bring them to the sweet potato field and let them all out. A group of more than a dozen level 4 zombies suddenly appeared in the open space, and they looked around in confusion. Lin Qiao put a rope on each of their hands to restrict them. The rope wasn't very strong, but if any of them dared to break the rope and escape, then she wouldn't be polite. She had already said before that if any of them went back on their words, they would be killed by her. The uptown was her domain, and no one was allowed to act wildly here. If they wanted to move freely, they must get her permission. Although the zombies were very afraid of her, they also wanted to escape. But when they saw the large amount of black fog that Lin Qiao released and formed a big circle in the air above their heads, they knew that they couldn't escape. The black fog gave them a sense of danger that was several levels higher than Lin Qiao herself. Lin Qiao stood in front of them, squatted down, and directly stretched out her claws to dig the mouse hole on the ground. "Watch me first, you guys do what I do," she said as she started to dig the hole. These zombies could understand her words, so she wouldn't use her mind to control their consciousness. For zombies like them, who had sharp claws and teeth, digging holes with claws was more efficient. The zombies didn't know what she was digging, and they all looked at her with curiosity. Until Lin Qiao dug out a few big sweet potatoes. Lin Qiao threw a few kilograms of sweet potatoes in a pile, then stood up and clapped her hands, saying, "Here, this is what you want to dig out. The more you dig out, the more water I will give you." The zombies looked at her blankly, they didn't know why she wanted to dig this. Could it be eaten? Although they were puzzled, they didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately squatted down to dig holes, and after digging out the sweet potatoes, they curiously took a bite. The result was a look of disgust. Lin Qiao said to the zombie dog that was sitting on the edge of the small forest, looking like it wanted to go in, "Ah Wang, go in and catch a big one. But don't bite the skin, I don't want to eat your saliva." She wanted to call the zombie dog to catch a mouse for her to eat. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen, who had been digging with a hoe for 3 days, were stunned when they saw the dozens of level 4 zombies that Lin Qiao suddenly released. In the end, they saw her squatting down to teach these zombies how to dig holes. They didn't know how to describe their expressions. Chapter 426. Lin Feng and the others knew that Lin Qiao had explored the upper city during this period of time. After collecting resources, she went to catch zombies. They didn't know why she went out to catch those level 4 zombies. Until today, when Lin Qiao let the zombies out to dig sweet potatoes, Yuan Tianqing and the others couldn't stay calm. So that day, 2 people came to watch a group of level 4 zombies squatting on the ground and digging sweet potatoes. They curiously asked Qiu Lily, who was sitting on the tree next to them. "So she wants these zombies to dig all the mutated sweet potatoes out of the ground?" Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying stood under the tree and looked up at Qiu Lily. Then she looked at the zombies in the ground and asked. Qiu Lily sat on the tree and shook her legs. She nodded and said, "Yes." Lin Wenwen said with a strange expression, she thought of letting these zombies dig the ground. Does she want them to help out in the future? Qiu Lily looked down at her and thought for a moment before saying, "Maybe, that's possible." Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying were speechless. After returning to the Hell King's base, the people knew that Lin Qiao, the big sister zombie, was digging the ground at the foot of the mountain with a group of zombie brothers, but the people from Haiqing didn't know about this. Because they didn't know that Lin Qiao was a zombie, and they didn't know that the elusive Lin Qiao was originally at Wushan. They were now tearing down walls and bricks at the construction site, moving bricks and mixing cement to build the wall. The first batch of soldiers and the first batch of ordinary people had good food and work every day. Slowly, they fell in love with the fulfilling life here. And the second batch of people who came a few days ago were getting used to this kind of life. For the past few days, they even felt like they were dreaming. They wondered if they were too hungry to have such a dream. They could do what they could. Although it was hard work, it was much better than fighting zombies outside. They could eat their fill every day, although it was only 2 steamed buns and a bowl of soup. But for the ordinary people in the base who were so poor that they could only eat 1 meal every 3 days, it was already a very happy thing. So now they were doing their own things, except for work and the hotel. The other places were restricted areas and they couldn't go. Because the person in charge here said that there were still many zombies around. If they messed around and provoked uncontrolled zombies, then they wouldn't go and save them. Therefore, these workers did not run around. Of course, when there were a lot of people, there were still some who were disloyal, such as the few metahumans who were hiding their abilities behind Huang Tianfei. Although they did not know the identity of Lin Qiao and the person who lived on the 5th floor, they felt that they were divine. Feeling mysterious would arouse their curiosity, and then they would want to find out who it was. Do you guys think that woman named Lu Jun, could she have been infected by the virus? At night, these people talked about Lu Jun in their dormitory. Lu Jun lived on the 5th floor. His face was no different from a normal person, except that it was a little too white. However, his eyes were too scary, and he had never heard him speak before. However, the people here didn't seem to notice anything strange about her. He still talked to her and walked with her. Anyway, he had nothing to fear from her. But isn't her son quite normal? If that woman was really infected by the virus, the people from the Netherworld King's base wouldn't let his son continue to follow her, right? Someone asked. This is also very strange. Also, when we came here, we encountered a group of zombies blocking the road. It's also very strange, don't you think? Yes, those zombies seem to be controlled by the little zombie that came out last. But they didn't attack us, and they even let us go. There must be something between these people from the Netherworld King's base and these zombies. Then should we secretly go up to the 5th floor to check? The people there are quite mysterious, just like that Lu Jun. Or should we control her and her child? Then force her to tell us. You're thinking too much. She has always been with those women. It's very difficult to make a move on her without anyone noticing. Moreover, we don't know if she has any abilities. If we're discovered, it will be very troublesome. Then we won't touch her. Let's go check the situation on the 5th floor. But those people have banned us from going up. If we're discovered, we might be sent out. These people were discussing whether they should go up to investigate the situation on the 5th floor. The more they didn't want them to know, the more they wanted to know. Therefore, at around 4:00 in the morning, several figures avoided the guards in the hotel and quietly sneaked up to the 5th floor. As a result, just as they went up, a person suddenly appeared in front of them like a ghost in the pitch-black corridor. The people above forbid you to come up here, don't you know? Lin Qiao looked at these people who were acting suspiciously and said indifferently. The few people were scared silly by her sudden appearance. They pointed at her in horror and asked, Are you a human or a ghost? Just now, they clearly didn't see anyone in the corridor, but in the blink of an eye, a person suddenly appeared. Lin Qiao was close to them and could feel their thoughts. She couldn't help but frown. Scram. Then, the few people scrambled down the stairs. Lin Qiao turned around and returned to her room. It seemed that these people should be chased out tomorrow. The next day, the door of the frightened people was knocked on early in the morning. Lin Hao stood at the door and said, According to the agreement we made, you can't go up to the 5th floor. I think you haven't forgotten. The eyes of those people were a little flustered, but they still refused to admit it. When did you say that we didn't know? And what does it have to do with us? We didn't go up. Lin Hao stood at the door with two other people, looking at their reactions with an indifferent expression. He had already expected that they would admit it. He said, You were caught on the spot, and you still won't admit it. Those people stiffened their necks and said, How is that possible? Don't think that we're easy to bully. You just want to use a crime to trick us. We are not easy to mess with. Lin Hao didn't want to talk nonsense with them. He said unyieldingly, Last night at around 4:00 in the morning, the guards saw you coming down from the 5th floor. Don't talk nonsense, pack up now and come with us. Be conscious, don't force us to take action. Because hearing Lin Hao's words in this room, the people in the surrounding rooms all felt the different atmosphere. They all opened the door curiously and stretched out their heads to look at this side. The people in the room in the distance even walked out of their rooms, rubbed their faces with towels and came over to watch. Seeing one person come, two more people came, and then one after another people came over. They quietly watched the situation in the room. Chapter 427. Those who had been the thieves last night still wanted to refuse to admit it and stay here. They were not afraid of Lin Hao anyway, they did not believe that Lin Hao could directly kidnap them. However, Lin Hao directly made his move. He took out a hemp rope from his back and said, "Do you want me to tie you up and bring you out?" Seeing Lin Hao take out the rope, everyone was silent. So he was serious. The few people became agitated when they saw Lin Hao's rope, pointing at him and scolding, "You motherfucker, come and tie us up. Let's see how you're going to tie us up." As they spoke, they all released their abilities and held them in their hands. The ordinary people outside the room saw this and knew that a fight was about to break out. They quickly retreated far away to avoid being involved. "So you were hiding your ability levels. We said before that people above rank 3 could not come here. Looks like you guys broke the contract long ago." At this time, Du Yuanqing's voice came from outside the door, and then he walked in. He continued to stare at the few people and said, "I knew that you guys are like that Huang Tianfei, not people who know their place. I've been waiting for you. You want to make a move. Let's see if a few of you rank 4 arcanists can withstand my attack." As he spoke, he raised a hand, and a ball of lightning flashed in his hand. Seeing that Du Yuanqing was an electric ability user, the few people immediately shriveled. Du Yuanqing was rank 5, and he was a special ability user. If he threw an electric ball, they might be able to dodge it for a while, but they would probably be electrocuted later. Thus, not long after, the people in the hall saw Du Yuanqing and Lin Hao bringing people to suppress the few people down. Then they saw a car parked outside the hotel entrance. Du Yuanqing pressed the few people onto the car and drove it out. He also had to return to Haiqing to continue recruiting people. On the other side, Wu Qingyue, in a military base in the mountains of Jiaxing, was hugging Wu Yueling and playing with her on the roof of a car. He watched as the people counted the food they found in the Air Force base. Xiao Liqing suddenly walked towards him with a piece of paper. "Leader, there's news from Yushan's side." As he spoke, he walked to the side of the car and handed the paper to him. Wu Qingyue turned his head and looked at him, then reached out to take it. "Let me see." He opened the paper, looked at it for a moment, and then laughed. He, this is really interesting. Her new base is quite lively now. We've only sent the second batch of people over, and they've already been chased out." Xiao Liqing asked curiously, "Someone was driven out? Why?" The smile on Wu Qingyue's face was deeper than usual as he said, "Someone is making trouble and violating the rules set by them. He was chased out because he was courting death. Moreover, I clearly said that metahumans above rank 3 are not allowed to enter, yet these people still hid their ranks and sneaked in." Xiao Liqing looked at him in surprise and said, "This is only the second batch, and someone is already thinking about it. These people are quite observant, but their method is not quite right." Wu Qingyue added, "That's not all. Because the female zombie didn't have enough manpower, she ended up capturing the level 4 zombies that had rushed to the outskirts of the upper city. Can you guess what she made the zombies do?" Xiao Liqing looked at him blankly. "What?" Wu Qingyue said with an amused expression, "She made the zombies dig sweet potatoes for her." Xiao Liqing slightly opened his mouth and asked a little blankly, "Ah. Dig sweet potatoes? What sweet potatoes?" Wu Qingyue already knew he would have this expression, so he smiled and looked at him. "Mutant sweet potatoes. And she also caught a lot of snakes to cook snake soup for the workers. Every day they have snake soup and white and tender steamed buns to eat. Even I want to go with this treatment. Xiao Liqing had just recovered from the incident of Lin Qiao catching zombies to dig sweet potatoes for her. He asked with a strange expression, she dared to catch snakes for those people to eat. Those snakes should be mutant, right? How can it be so easy to find normal, uninfected snakes? Wu Qingyue said, I'm also very curious about this. But at the beginning, she said it was mutant snake soup and that drinking it wouldn't cause you to be infected. It scared a lot of people at that time. But it seems that Lin Feng and the others drank it on the spot. After discovering that there was no problem, they couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food and gradually gave up resisting. Xiao Liqing said, if it's a mutant snake, there must be a virus in its body. What method did they use to get rid of it? Wu Qingyue thought about it and said, it's probably this female zombie that did it. He knew that the female zombie's lake water had a very magical effect. It could even suppress the awakening of a child's ability. Not to mention these mutant beasts. This female zombie always brought him unexpected things, it was very magical. Xiao Liqing looked at his expression and suddenly said, then we're done here, can we go to their base to have a look? Wu Qingyue said, of course, it won't take an hour from Jiaxing anyway. Then he hugged Wu Yueling and pointed at the messy grass dragonfly in her hand. He said to her, Lingling, let's go find her, okay? Wu Yueling's eyes lit up and immediately turned to look at him. Wu Qingyue looked at her expectant eyes and couldn't help but poke her nose. He said, actually, you want to find little man, right? You don't know that she may have become a baby and is still in her mother's belly. She may not be able to talk to you anymore, so you have to wait. Wu Yueling looked at him with confusion, but she was still very happy that Papa was going to take her to find the zombie sister. Not long after, Xiao Liqing and his people loaded the supplies into the car. Wu Qingyue took the motorcade to the upper city. Lin Qiao, who didn't know that a man had caught up with her, was standing in the sweet potato field, staring at the 17 level 4 zombies working. Every day, she asked the zombie dog to bring her a live big squirrel or big mouse. Then she sat on a rock at the edge of the forest, peeling the mouse's skin and eating the meat while observing the zombies. In order to get more lake water from Lin Qiao, all the zombies learned to be obedient. They worked hard to dig holes and dig sweet potatoes. And on the big snake pit that Lin Qiao had gone to before, a person quietly appeared. Tang He looked around with a dignified expression. He didn't directly appear in the big pit. Instead, he grabbed a half-grown mutated wild boar from who knows where and threw it into the pit. Wu, the wild boar, which weighed only 40 or 50 kilograms, rolled into the bottom of the pit, immediately stirring up a group of snakes at the bottom of the pit. Tang He stood on a tree next to the pit, closely observing the bottom of the pit. The wild boar might have been bitten by a snake, screaming and jumping around. It climbed up to the top of the pit, but it rolled down again before it was halfway up. It avoided those holes because it could smell the danger inside. Tang He kicked the trunk of the tree where Lin Qiao was, and then leaped onto the giant snake in front of him. His fingers combined into a knife shape, and he stabbed the snake's body. The giant snake was shocked by his stabbing, and then it began to violently twist and turn. At this time, when Tang He kicked the tree trunk under her, Lin Qiao fiercely pounced on Tang He from above. When Tang He's knife hand stabbed the snake's body, she quickly opened her 5 fingers and grabbed Tang He's metal neck. This time, she didn't intend to stab Tang He, but directly brought him and the giant snake into the space. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, they were in a different place. Tang He was stunned. He quickly let go of the giant snake on his body, and then he turned around. There was no one. There was a lake next to this place, and there was a grassland. There was also a building, and there was a strange forest next to it. But there was no smell of people here. Because Tang He relaxed, the giant snake on the ground found an opportunity to break free from him. Then it slipped to the side, and with its broken body, it quickly crawled toward the forest. Tang He looked around in bewilderment, and his eyes were filled with shock and confusion. As he observed his surroundings, his expression suddenly changed. He looked down at his raised hands, and then he saw that the metal skin on his hands began to become unstable. One moment, it became normal skin, and the next moment, it became metal. Tang He felt that the energy of his ability was slowly declining, and his control was unstable. And gradually, he felt that his ability seemed to be suppressed by something. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. The figure raised his hand and aimed at the back of her head. 5 fingers closed together and stretched out, and with lightning speed, he stabbed at the back of her head. Although Tang He's ability was currently suppressed, he was still a level 7 ability user, and his perception of danger was very sharp. So when Lin Chao appeared, he sensed it. Therefore, he quickly turned sideways and jumped out of the way. Lin Chao's knife hand attack missed, and she quickly disappeared. She knew that now was definitely the time to kill him. Tang He turned around, but Lin Chao was nowhere to be seen. He looked around in a panic, and couldn't help but curse. Who is it? Get out here. If you have the ability, let's do it directly. Why are you sneaking around? Come out. He was now cursing at the air, completely to give himself courage. On the other hand, he was also hoping to provoke the person hiding in the dark. However, no one responded to his cursing. Tang He turned in a circle, and looked around vigilantly. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, and his eyes were staring sharply at the grass around him. But there was no wind, and there was no sound. There was only silence. And what made Tang He panic was that his ability had already dropped by 10%, and it was still dropping. Soon, he might not even be able to use his ability. What the hell is this place? Who was the one who attacked him in the dark? This attack was the same as that night, a sneak attack from behind. Including the time when he was brought into this godforsaken place, it had already been 3 times. But he still hadn't seen a shadow of the other party. Being careless and being brought into the space by the other party was already a mistake. This space suppressed his ability, but it increased the other party's ability. In fact, after an hour of his ability disappearing, his heart already had this premonition. He looked at Lin Chao, suddenly held his breath, and fiercely rushed towards her. When he was about 3 or 4 meters away from Lin Chao, he suddenly jumped and turned over. His 2 hands chopped at Lin Chao. Tang He wanted to see what effect her black fog had. He thought that as long as he did not inhale the black fog, it would not have much of an effect on him. However, he quickly realized that he was wrong. When Lin Chao saw him suddenly rushing over, she quickly reacted and retreated. At the same time, she waved her hand, and the black fog above her head instantly fell down. It completely enveloped Tang He, who was just about to chop down, inside. Tang He subconsciously raised his arm to protect his head, and his whole body quickly turned into a metallic color. Even his hair turned into a steel wire. When the black fog touched his skin, a melting feeling engulfed the ability on his skin. Not good. Tang He immediately rushed out of the black fog with a bad feeling. But Lin Chao waved her hand, and the black fog chased after him. Tang He had no chance to get rid of the black fog. In a flash, she jumped to the top of the small building, and stood there facing the running Tang He. Her 5 fingers opened into a claw shape, and then closed her 5 fingers. She moved towards Tang He as if she wanted to grab something out of thin air. Wherever Tang He moved, her hand would move. As for the black fog that trapped Tang He, under her control, it gradually gathered towards Tang He as the center. At this time, Tang He's vision was getting darker, because the density of the black fog was increasing. He was like a headless fly, unable to see the road ahead and blindly rushing around. Unfortunately, he crashed into the wall of the small building under Lin Qiao's feet with a dong sound. However, because his body was made of metal, he did not suffer any injuries. He had only knocked himself into dizziness. But when he felt dizzy, he lost control of his ability. After that, the metal skin quickly degenerated into normal skin, and was then corroded by the black mist. Ah! Tang He screamed as he felt a burning pain on his skin. He suddenly woke up. He quickly controlled his ability to cover it with his skin. But when he shouted just now, he couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Of course, what was sucked in was Lin Qiao's black mist. Whoa! Soon, Tang He covered his throat with both hands, and his face turned red. The veins on his forehead immediately popped out. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened wide. Then, he knelt on the ground, bent over, and curled up on the ground. Tang He's eyes bulged as he curled up on the ground by the wall of the small building, and his 2 fingers kept scratching his throat. Ugh, ah. Woo! He opened his mouth like a fish on land, and a strange sound came from his throat. Chapter 430. The burning pain in his throat and the suffocating feeling of being unable to breathe made Tang He roll on the ground. Very quickly, he began to beat his chest. His entire neck had already been scratched by his fingers that had yet to completely dissolve his metal ability. A lot of blood flowed from the wound. But he was not aware of any of this, for he was almost delirious from the burning pain in his chest, and the burning and suffocating pain in his throat. His face and eyes were also covered by the black fog, which quickly corroded them. Ha! He opened his mouth wide and roared. His voice had lost its original tone. Lin Qiao heard the desire for relief in his voice, and she jumped down. Stretching out his claws, he bent down and ruthlessly stabbed his head. Puff! The sound of the 5 claws piercing through the skull caused Tang He's struggling movements to stop. Then, his expression relaxed slightly, and he breathed his last with his mouth wide open. Lin Qiao waved his hand to collect the black fog. At the same time, he crushed Tang He's skull with his fingers. Then, he fished around and took out a level 7 energy core. She looked coldly at the black mist that had swallowed her clothes, and the flesh on her body had been corroded to the point that she looked like a person who had been skinned. Lin Qiao stretched out his hand, and a wisp of black mist seeped out. Then, more and more of them covered Tang He's body. Soon, the black mist slowly deflated. Without the protection of his special ability, the skinless Tang He was dissolved and devoured by Lin Qiao's black mist in less than 10 seconds. Only a pool of blood was left on the ground. Lin Qiao had also melted a layer of the ground with his black mist. After cleaning up the corpse, Lin Qiao looked at his claw that was covered in brain juice and blood, and the energy core. Thinking about it, Little Man was still waiting for her to take the energy core of that snake for her to nourish. In the end, she let the snake go for a few days, but she didn't see Little Man come out to ask her for energy. Now, he could use this adept's energy core as a replacement. But before that, she had to find the giant snake that was hiding in the forest in her space. She suddenly felt that this guy was very unlucky. Just by looking at the scars on its body, she knew that Tang He had abused it badly. Lin Qiao walked to the side of the water bucket by the lake. He took a ladle and filled it with water to wash his hands and the energy core. Then, he poured the dirty water on the grass before putting the energy core into his pocket. She turned and walked towards the forest. She walked into the forest quietly and walked deeper into the forest. In Lin Qiao's space, there was no grass on the ground. On the clean soil, there were a few leaves piled up on the ground. She walked for about 1,000 meters before she saw the king cobra at the edge of the forest in space. It might have been banging against the edge for a long time, but it still couldn't break through the white fog. Thus, he hid here. It was also possible that he had used up all of his energy and his wounds were hurting. In addition, it had used up all its stamina to escape, so the king cobra had coiled itself into a pyramid and buried its head inside, not moving at all. Even if it sensed Lin Qiao approaching, it just moved its body. But it didn't stick its head out. Instead, it revealed a gap, and 2 eyes could be seen through the gap. Strangely, it saw Lin Qiao. However, he wasn't that scared anymore. It seemed that there was nothing more desperate than when he was being chased by Tang He. Lin Qiao stood 3 meters away from it, looking at it with her arms crossed. I brought him into the space and killed him. Qiao Lily looked at her in surprise and asked, "Huh? You can actually kill a level 7 paranormal. Just how strong are you now? Why do I feel that you are still a level 6 king, but you can already kill a level 7 paranormal?" Lin Qiao looked at her and shook her head. "I can't kill him with my strength. I need to use a trick." Saying that, she pointed at her head. Chapter 431. Qiao Lily looked at her curiously. "What method did you use?" Lin Qiao said, "I can now control the pressure in the space, so I took him into the space when he wasn't paying attention. Then I used the space to suppress his ability and killed him." Hearing this, Qiao Lily was amazed. "Your space can kill people. Then if anyone dares to provoke you, you can just pull them into the space." Lin Qiao shook her head and said, "No, the space can only restrict the ability of a superpower. Furthermore, it took me more than an hour to suppress his metahuman even though I was a rank 7 metahuman. If there's another stronger one, I probably can't suppress it, and it won't be easy to take him in. First of all, I have to do it when the other party is unprepared. If the other party is prepared, then it will be difficult for me to approach." Qiao Lily looked at her and was still amazed. "But you can kill people above your level, that's already amazing. Oh, by the way, isn't there that thing in the lake?" Lin Qiao shook her head. "Little man is not in the lake now, so she can't help now." Qiao Lily looked at her doubtfully. "Not in the lake. Where did she go?" Lin Qiao looked at her and said, "She went somewhere else." Qiao Lily widened her ruby-like eyes and looked at Lin Qiao from head to toe. "You went somewhere else? Isn't she a local product of your space?" Lin Qiao looked at her funny. "What kind of metaphor is that? But it seems to make sense. But she is really not in my space now." Qiao Lily asked, "Then where did she go?" Lin Qiao shook her head. "Well, I'm not sure. She couldn't tell her that little man was hiding in her womb now, right? Turning into a zombie baby. Huh? Then when little man was born, would it be a human or a zombie?" She really didn't pay attention to this question. Qiao Lily didn't pester Lin Qiao on this question. She changed the topic and said unhappily, "This is our place from now on. We can't let strangers come close." Lin Qiao smiled and said, "I've already dealt with it. We're not easy to mess with. He sneaked into our territory, how can we let him go free?" Qiao Lily nodded in agreement. "Yes. In the future, no one is allowed to enter without permission." Lin Qiao nodded and gestured to the zombie dog. "Come here." The zombie dog looked at her blankly, but it still walked over. Qiao Lily also looked at her blankly. Lin Qiao called the zombie dog to the side of the grass, then with a shake of his hand, a pair of steel scissors appeared. "What are you doing?" Chiao Lily stared at the pair of shiny scissors and asked. Lin Chao said, I'll cut its fur. Maybe it'll look better after that. Chiao Lily nodded knowingly. Oh, it does need to be cut. Lin Chao told the zombie dog, okay, stand here and don't move. Then, she bent down and started to cut off the zombie dog's dirty and bleeding fur from its body bit by bit. The zombie dog stood still and let her cut its fur. Chiao Lily stood at the side and said, you should wash it after you cut it. It stinks. Lin Chao nodded. Yes, that's what I plan to do. Chiao Lily watched Lin Chao spend half an hour to cut off the zombie dog's fur. She didn't even let go of the tail. She cut it until it was bare. Only the fur on its head was left, and its whole body was bare. At first glance, he looked like a male lion. If the dog's mouth was a little shorter. Then, Lin Chao took out a bucket from her space. It was filled with lake water. She used a ladle to wash the zombie dog's body, washing off all the dirt on its body. Then, Lin Chao pointed at the bucket that was still half filled with water and said to the zombie dog, go in and stay there. Come out when I tell you to. Awoo, the zombie dog cheered and took a few steps back before running over and leaping. Plop, he jumped into the bucket. The water inside splashed out again. The zombies working in the field looked back enviously. They really felt that they weren't even as good as the dog. The dog could bathe in energy water, and they had to work hard for a whole day to get a cup to drink. After Lin Chao finished, she looked at the time and shouted to the zombies who were still looking for sweet potatoes in the field, okay, it's almost time to call it a day. Gather, gather. The zombies immediately stood up and walked towards her. Xie Dong and Shen Yuzhen clapped their hands and stood beside her. Lin Chao threw out a hemp rope and let the zombies catch it. Then, she took them into her space. She stood next to the bucket by the lake and waited. When the zombies entered the space, they consciously ran to a cabinet in the small space and took out their own cups. That shelf was the storage cabinet that Lin Chao found. The squares on it weren't big, only half the size of the automatic storage cabinet in the supermarket. But there were a lot of squares, about 30 or 40. On it were the cups that Lin Chao had collected for the zombies. After the zombies took the cups, they all stood in front of Lin Chao in a row. They waited for Lin Chao to take a ladle and distribute water to them. In the first few days, Lin Chao distributed according to the number of sweet potatoes they dug. After a few days of digging, they dug all the sweet potatoes in the field. Except for the normal sweet potatoes growing at the foot of the corn, the mutated ones were all dug up. But Lin Chao still gave each zombie a cup as a guarantee. But Lin Chao also told them that if there was no work to do, they would stop giving them water. Then, he would stop giving them water and wait for work to be done before asking them to do it. They could only drink water when they were working. At night, when they returned to the hotel, Lin Chao would also give Meng Meng and the other zombie leaders water to drink. She would also give them a bath once a week. Every time she saw the old man take a bath, Lin Chao would observe him for a long time. That night, Lin Chao sat cross-legged on the bed in her small room in her space. She wore a military vest and pulled the hem of her clothes down to her chest. Her beautiful waistline and sexy waistline were exposed. The waistline of her pants was also pulled down a bit, revealing her flat belly. She took the washed level 7 energy core and placed it on the palm of her hand, pressing it against her belly. Soon, she felt a cold and hard energy slowly surging into her stomach. The first time she absorbed the energy of a metal ability user, it turned out to be this hard feeling. And it was cold. She frowned a bit unaccustomed, but continued to endure. Because she felt that the energy was being absorbed by her belly. She knew that it wasn't her who was absorbing it, it was Little Man. Knowing that Little Man could absorb it, she was relieved. She just didn't know to what extent this level 7 energy could make little man grow. Chapter 432. After a night of continuous absorption, only 1/9 of the energy in the core in Lin Qiao's hand had been consumed. But little man refused to absorb it in the morning. And she sent a message to Lin Qiao, Mama, little man can't eat for now, you absorb the rest, little man is going to sleep, and if possible, leave a little bit for little man, just a little bit. Then she disappeared again, probably going to sleep. But just as Lin Qiao was about to absorb the energy core, she appeared again. Oh yes, Mama, when you absorb it, go to the bottom of the lake. The energy in the lake can help you filter out impurities. After saying that, she disappeared again. Lin Qiao was stunned. She still had to go to the bottom of the lake. There was a bonus effect. But she knew that little man wouldn't lie to her, reminding her was for her own good. Lin Qiao got off the bed and tidied up her clothes. He took the energy core and went downstairs. Then, he walked towards the lake. When she reached the lakeside, she stood beside the chair where she usually put her clothes and prepared to take off her clothes. When she was about to take off her clothes, she suddenly stopped and looked back to see a group of 4 zombies hiding in a small space. Lin Qiao was speechless. Should she set up a room next to the lake where she could directly go into the water? The bottom of the room was connected to the bottom of the lake, so she could put her clothes on it. Otherwise, she would be surrounded when she went into the lake or came up from the lake. Lin Qiao looked at the zombies and said, "Turn around, don't look. If you don't turn around, think about how you want to die." The zombies were stunned. They didn't understand why she didn't let them look. But they still turned around obediently. Who knew what would happen if they didn't turn around? She already told them to think about how they wanted to die. Lin Qiao saw that they were still very obedient, so she released a black fog from her hand and let it surround her body. Then she took off her military vest and pants and put them on the chair next to her. At the same time, she pulled off the rubber band that tied up her hair, letting her shoulder-length hair fall down. When she looked back at the zombies, she saw that they were all well-behaved and didn't peek. Then she took the energy core barefoot and went into the water. After getting into the water, she dived. Because she could control the energy in the water, she felt that her buoyancy and resistance in the water had disappeared. She felt as if she was floating in the air, as light as a feather. Soon, she reached the bottom of the lake and stood at the bottom. Holding the energy core, he closed his eyes and began to absorb it. Along with the cold energy coming from her hand, Lin Qiao felt a gentle energy coming from her other hand. It was the energy in the lake. Then, the 2 energies did not directly reach her head, but began to rotate and merge at the position of her heart. Then, after the fusion, another kind of warm energy was emitted and began to surge toward her brain. So it was like this. No wonder little man wanted her to go into the water. Then why didn't he let little man come down when she absorbed it herself? Isn't that better? Or could it be that little man herself had the source energy at the bottom of the lake and could directly filter out Tanghi's energy? That was possible. As Lin Qiao thought about it, more and more energy appeared. Gradually, some of the filtered energy began to spread throughout her blood vessels. Gradually, Lin Qiao felt that her whole body began to heat up. The temperature slowly rose, then fell, rose again, and fell again. When the temperature rose, it was like 40 degrees of hot water. It was very hot. And every time the temperature reached a high point, the pause would become longer and longer. Then it would fall again, and then it would fall very, very low, so low that her whole body was cold. The feeling of absorbing energy this time was different from when little man helped her absorb it in the past. This feeling of alternating hot and cold was enough. At this time, another group of people came outside the base. They parked their car on the road 20 meters away from the zombie horde. They all looked at the zombie horde that was standing still in the same place with a look of amazement. As soon as the zombie horde saw living people coming, they immediately turned to stare at them and roared. Their ferocious appearance was as scary as before, but they would not move their feet and rush toward these people. "Hey! Boss, they're not coming over." Jing Xiaoyan got out of the car curiously and leaned against Lu Tianyi, looking at the zombie horde that was blocking the road. Lu Tianyi said with a mysterious look on his face, "Have you forgotten whose territory this is now? She has a way to control these zombies." Jing Xiaoyan and the others did not know that Lin Qiao was a zombie, but they all felt that Lin Qiao was very powerful and mysterious. Ever since Lin Qiao saved them from the zombies, they had always felt that Lin Qiao was very powerful. She has a way to control zombies. So awesome. But now the problem is, how are we going to get there? Wait. Looking at Lu Tianyi's expression, they knew that he was prepared to wait here. Lu Tianyi spread his hands and said, "Otherwise, how do you want to get through? You can walk over and see if they will let you pass." Jing Xiaoyan quickly shook his head and waved his hand, "No, I don't want to." "If you want to go, you should go, boss." Lu Tianyi crossed his arms in front of his chest and shrugged, "I don't need to go, because I know they will definitely attack me." Everyone looked at him in disdain. "Then why did you ask us to try? Do you think we are brainless?" But after waiting for half an hour, no one came. An hour later, no one came. "Do you know that we are here? If they don't send someone to pick us up, are we going to keep waiting here?" The people were impatient and asked Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi shook his head and said, "How would I know?" Everyone pushed Lu Tianyi and asked, "Boss, why don't you try the situation? Maybe if you walk over, one will come out." Lu Tianyi glanced at them and felt that waiting like this was not a solution. After thinking about it, maybe he could go over and take a look. "Okay, I'll go over and test it out." After waiting for an hour, the zombies on the other side saw that there was food in front of them, but they could not go over and bite them, which made these zombies very anxious. Lu Tianyi slowly approached that side, while watching the zombies' reaction. As long as the other side made any movement, he would immediately retreat. Just as Lu Tianyi walked less than a few meters, a small figure suddenly jumped down from the top of the building next to him. Roar dash, the little zombie's head and face were covered, but it did not prevent him from making a sound to warn others. For example, these humans in front of him. If the boss hadn't warned him not to make a move, he wouldn't have stared at them for so long. But now these people actually wanted to pass without any experience. Of course, he couldn't let him pass. So the little zombie jumped down from the top of the building. Looking at the little zombie's dark eyes and a pair of red eyes, Lu Tianyi's scalp was a little numb. Could someone tell him that this guy was the gatekeeper boss here? Wu Qingyue waved to the people behind him and shouted, "Let's go." Then, his motorcade rumbled past, followed by the off-road vehicles of Lu Tianyi and the others. After they drove over, the zombies quickly gathered again. After Qiu Lily returned to the hotel, she said to Chen Yuding and the others, who were sitting in the hall and looking at some reports, "The leader of C City Base is here. We've already entered the zombie circle." After saying that, she turned around and skipped towards the stairs. Lin Feng and the other two were sitting in the hall. They were calculating their current speed and how long it would take to build a wall. How many more people were needed to shorten the completion time? Hearing Qiu Lily's words, they were all stunned. After Qiu Lily left, they came to their senses. The leader of C City. Which one is it? Leader Wu. Lin Feng guessed. Chen Yuding nodded and said, "It should be him. Recently, he has indeed been collecting supplies for this winter outside. I didn't expect him to come in this direction." Yuan Tianqing asked curiously, maybe he has been collecting supplies around Hangzhou, or maybe he passed by here and came to say hello. The other two nodded and agreed, it's possible. As they spoke, they heard the sound of a car coming from outside. The three of them immediately stood up and walked towards the gate. They went out and stood on the steps of the gate, watching several off-road vehicles and trucks drive over. Wu Qingyue and the others came down from the off-road vehicles. Yuan Tianqing's handsome face was full of smiles. He said to Wu Qingyue and the others who were walking over, "Leader Wu, why didn't you tell us in advance if you were coming? We could have gone out to welcome you. How did you get past the zombies? Don't tell me he killed our zombie horde." Although they knew that Qiu Lily went out to let them in, Yuan Tianqing and the others were still very curious about the situation. Lin Feng moved aside and gestured inside, saying, "Please come in." Then, he led them in the direction of the sofa. After Wu Qingyue carried Wu Yuling in, he put her on the ground and led her to the sofa. He said aloud, "I just passed by and came to see how your base is now. I didn't think it was necessary to inform you, so I came directly." Lu Tianyi, Xiao Liqing and the others followed Wu Qingyue into the hall. They looked left and right, and when they didn't see Lin Qiao, they quietly stood behind Wu Qingyue. At this time, Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying also came in from outside and saw Wu Qingyue and the others. Although they were a little surprised, they only took a few more glances and walked in from the front desk. "Why are they here?" Lin Wenwen asked curiously. She and Long Qingying both smelled of sweat, and the back and collar of their t-shirts were soaked. Her neat short hair was also half dry, and there was a half-wet towel hanging around her neck. Long Qingying's clothes weren't as sweaty as hers. Obviously, she didn't exercise as much as Lin Wenwen. The two of them had been out running for more than an hour. Lin Wenwen had persisted from the previous 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and 30 minutes to the current 1.5 hours. Chapter 434. After running, Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying would return to the room to do some exercise, and Long Qingying would watch over her every day. Anyway, Yuan Tianqing wouldn't let them work at the construction site now that they were in the base. Not to mention whether they could do it, even if they could, he didn't want them to affect the male workers there. Imagine in this apocalyptic world, with a 1,000:1 ratio of men to women, what would the men who hadn't tasted women for a long time think if they saw two young girls wandering around in front of them every day? In any case, they wouldn't be calm. Therefore, they would help out in the dormitory, in the canteen, or in the hotel's cleaning. When there was nothing to do, they would usually stay in the room. The less they went out, the less likely they would cause trouble. Therefore, when there was nothing to do, the two would choose to run around the hotel every day when the workers were at work. Running in the morning, working out in the afternoon, and then practicing combat. Even Long Qingying was surprised that she could persist for so long. She thought that Lin Wenwen wouldn't last more than a few days. Unexpectedly, she gritted her teeth and endured. The current Lin Wenwen was indeed different from the previous Lin Wenwen. Her entire temperament had changed from the previous gentle and quiet Lin Wenwen to a bit of a tomboy. No wonder Miss Lu could see it that day. She replied, "I don't know, but look at the truck outside. It should be passing by to collect supplies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come all the way here." Lin Wenwen nodded, thinking that it should be the case. The two went up the stairs and then came to the corridor. Long Qingying looked at her and asked, "Aren't you going to rest today? Your injuries haven't healed yet, right?" Lin Wenwen shook her head resolutely and said, "It's fine, I've adapted to these injuries now. And it's not serious, it's nothing. I'm afraid that if I rest, my perseverance will be broken. So I have to continue." Her body was covered with flesh wounds. Although it was painful, they would heal in a few days. If it was in the past, she would probably make a fuss, or let herself take care of them and not do anything. Because she didn't know the hardships of the army, she didn't know how Lin Qiao and Lin Feng had persevered when they first entered the army. But recently, she found out because she asked Wei Jingchen and the others about their training in the army. Therefore, she suddenly felt that her elder sister was working very hard. But if it wasn't for her and her brother persevering in this team, their family might not have been able to escape this calamity. It would have been difficult for them to have their whole family here. After all, there were more soldiers who survived after the apocalypse. This time, the base had been destroyed, Lin Qiao had died, and they had been on the run. It made her deeply aware of the doomsday rule of the law of the jungle. She didn't blame Lin Qiao for protecting her so well in the past 5 years. She only blamed herself for being too short-sighted. Therefore, she was now tensed up, training her body, and learning combat skills. She knew that as long as she protected herself and didn't let her family worry, she could make them feel more at ease. Long Qingying said, "All right then, I'll help you remove the extravasated blood tonight." Lin Wenwen suddenly laughed, turned around and hugged her. "Thank you. Qing is the best." Long Qingying pulled her away in disgust. "You're sweaty. Don't hug me. It's so hot." Lin Wenwen smiled and let go of her. The two of them walked into their own rooms. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water from the table, the two of them came out with cups of water. Then, he walked towards the end of the corridor and entered a room at the far end. It was an empty room. There was nothing in the room. There were no tables, sofas, or beds. Only 2 or 3 chairs were left in the corner. The two of them put the cups on the chairs, and then Lin Wenwen hung the towel around her neck on the back of the chair. Then Lin Wenwen began to do horse stance. That's right, it was the horse stance. Although the posture made Lin Wenwen feel awkward at first, she felt better after seeing Long Qingying do it with her. Sometimes, some things really needed 2 people to do together. That way, it wouldn't be so awkward. After Wu Qingyue and the others sat down and chatted for a while, Yuan Tianqing took them to the construction site to see the wall. After seeing it, Wu Qingyue pretended to ask casually, "Why don't I see your Miss Lu? Does she also appear and disappear unpredictably on your side?" Yuan Tianqing smiled, "Oh, her. She's been busy training zombies to farm." Wu Qingyue also smiled and said, "Ah, I know about this. That's why she often stays at the sweet potato field. Doesn't she care about the construction of the wall on your side?" Yuan Tianqing said, "Oh, we have a division of labor. She can't avoid the responsibility here. Leader Wu, you know about her training zombies, so you must know about this too." Saying that, he looked at him meaningfully. Wu Qingyue nodded, "I know, but I'm not very clear." Yuan Tianqing looked at him with a smile. "In fact, besides visiting the location of our new base, the other purpose of you coming here is to find her." Wu Qingyue also looked at him with a smile. "Well, you saw through me. Then I have no choice, I'll just say it. I'm here to find her." Yuan Tianqing glanced at him with a smile and said, "Then why don't you go to the other side of the mountain to find her? Why are you here for so long?" Wu Qingyue smiled, "I'll be embarrassed if you say that." Yuan Tianqing looked at him silently for a few seconds before replying, "You're the one who makes me speechless." Well, he was defeated. The other party was indeed thick-skinned. The few people following behind him were speechless. These 2 men looked a bit silly now. Xiao Budian, who hadn't seen Lin Qiao after walking around, patted Wu Qingyue's shoulder anxiously. Wu Qingyue stopped and turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" Xiao Budian just looked at him eagerly. Wu Qingyue immediately understood and nodded with a smile. "Okay, then let's go find her now." Xiao Budian nodded hard at him. Yuan Tianqing said to him, so you already had a plan when you brought Xiao Lingling over to help us take care of her last time. Wu Qingyue shook his head and said, oh, no. You misunderstood, it's just a coincidence. Lingling really likes Miss Lu, it's just that I wasn't very interested in Miss Lu before. Yuan Tianqing said, so now you're very interested in her. He looked at Wu Qingyue, who was exuding an aura of wanting to poach their people. Although he really wanted to drive him away, he knew he couldn't. Wu Qingyue just smiled this time. He didn't deny it, but he didn't say anything either. Lu Tianyi, who was behind them, whispered to Lin Feng, our leader is ready to poach your people. Aren't you going to think of a way to stop him? Lin Feng heard the conversation between the two people in front and guessed, how? Chapter 435. Lu Tianyi looked at him and said, are you going to watch him kidnap her? Lin Feng looked at him strangely, why do I feel like you're not on your leader's side? Aren't you happy that he kidnapped our people? Lu Tianyi looked up at the sky and said, no. Of course he wasn't happy. He couldn't say that his sister, who had just changed her appearance, was going to be kidnapped before he could even warm her up. Back at the hotel, Yuan Tianqing took Wu Qingyue in the direction of Wushan. But when they arrived, they saw an empty piece of land that had been dug up. There wasn't a single zombie in sight. In this piece of land, apart from the corn stalks, the rest of the land was dug out with small hills piled up beside the holes. Wu Qingyue looked at the land and asked, what was this place originally? Why is there corn? Didn't she dig up the corn? Yuan Tianqing looked around and didn't see any zombies. He didn't know where Lin Qiao went. He replied, oh, I heard her say that the corn wasn't infected and could be eaten. That's why she kept it for seeds. These are all the holes for the mutated sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes underground were all dug up and swallowed by her black mist. Wu Qingyue nodded and asked curiously, but are you sure this land can be planted? It's already mutated soil. If you plant normal plants, won't they mutate too? Yuan Tianqing shook his head and said, I'm not sure either. Miss Lu said she would take care of this. But we don't know what method she used. Wu Qingyue put Wu Yueling down and held her little hand. Looking at the holes, he said, I guess she wants to use that kind of water. Yuan Tianqing nodded and said, that's possible. Wu Qingyue looked around again and asked, then she's not here now. Where did she go? Did she go to catch zombies again? Yuan Tianqing had to say, I'm not sure. Seems like she's not here. Let's go back to the hotel first. If she's not here, I don't know where she is unless she shows herself. Wu Qingyue had to take Wu Yueling back. Wu Yueling wasn't happy when she didn't see Lin Qiao. She hugged Wu Qingyue's head and buried her face in his neck. Wu Qingyue felt her mood and said with a smile, don't worry. Dad will find her. When they arrived at the hotel, Yuan Tianqing asked him, how many days are you staying? Is it okay not to go back to the base? Wu Qingyue said, I've been out for so many days. 2 more days won't make any difference. He had to see the female zombie first before he went back, right? He didn't know what the female zombie had become. His memory of her was still the touch of her hand during the passion that day, and the way she closed her eyes and furrowed her brows as she endured it. Now that he was here, he really wanted to see her sober, and he didn't know how she would face him. From her sneaking out of the Sea City base, he knew that she definitely didn't want to see him. At least for now. He wondered what her expression and reaction would be if she knew he had come to the base. Thinking of this, the smile on Wu Qingyue's face deepened. Yuan Tianqing looked at him and couldn't help but remind him, Leader Wu, your expression right now is like that of a fox calculating its prey. Wu Qingyue just smiled at him, and a light flashed in his long and narrow eyes. "Thank you for the compliment." Yuan Tianqing, he was really thick-skinned. In the end, Wu Qingwei didn't know that he had waited for 3 days. And he didn't see the female zombie. On the other side, Lin Qiao also didn't know that she had stayed in the water for 3 days. She didn't stop until she felt that there was only one layer of energy left in the energy core in her hand. She opened her green eyes at the bottom of the water, and a bright green light shone from her eyes. Then, when her eyes flashed, she shrank back. She looked at the energy core in her hand, and then moved her hands from top to bottom. Her whole body bounced up to the surface of the water. Then, she came out of the water. Lin Qiao looked at the surface of the water, and then moved her arms to swim to the shore. When she reached the shallow water, Lin Qiao stood up and waved her hands. A black mist flowed out. Then, it formed a circle around her body, just like before when she went into the water. The black mist covered her body, and also covered her beautiful figure. She walked up barefoot, and then picked up the clothes by the side of the chair and started to put them on. Because they felt her appearance, the zombies in the small space all stretched out their heads to look at her. Lin Qiao put on the loose military pants and tight military vest, and then sat on the chair and bent over to put on the military boots on her feet. She exposed her slender neck and white arms, and her wet long hair dripped a few drops of water pearls from her neck. After putting on her clothes, she stood up. When she was ready to go out of the small space, suddenly there was a zombie dog's roar from the side. A woo, and there seemed to be some kind of vibration coming from there. Lin Qiao and the zombies in the small space all turned their heads to look, and then all the zombies quickly retreated into the small space. Then, after a few seconds, they saw a huge snake quickly rush out of the forest, and then it drilled into the 1-meter-tall grass. And behind it was the naked zombie dog. It quickly chased after the black snake and also jumped into the grass. Then Lin Qiao saw that in the tall grass, it quickly moved from one side to the other, and then from the other side to the other side. And it was followed by the excited zombie dog jumping like a rabbit. The zombie dog jumped 4 or 5 meters away, and 2 or 3 meters high. It happily chased after the giant snake. Lin Qiao said, "This dog has become a zombie, but it can't change its active character." She walked over, and her eyes followed the 2 animals from left to right, and then from right to left. The zombie dog that was happily chasing suddenly found Lin Qiao, and immediately turned around and jumped towards her. A woo! Lin Qiao curiously looked at it rushing over, and then it ran around her. She asked, "When I went down, you actually didn't bite it to death and eat it?" The zombie dog sat on the ground in front of her, and then looked up at her. Although it didn't know what Lin Qiao was talking about. Lin Qiao looked at it, and then she lifted her legs and walked into the grass. She walked towards the place where the shaking had calmed down, and then she saw the weak snake lying in the middle of the grass. It was a giant snake that was too lazy to even coiled up. The giant snake's head was lying on the ground, and its huge body that was more than 10 meters long was stretched out. Its tongue was sticking out of its mouth, and then it softly rested on the grass. When it felt Lin Qiao coming over, it just raised its eyelids and looked at her. Chapter 436. 436 Lin Qiao looked at the snake with surprise. Was it going to ignore her? She took 2 steps towards the giant snake. She thought that the giant snake would ignore her, but it suddenly rolled and burrowed into the bushes at the side. Lin Qiao watched the snake quickly wriggle away, leaving only a shadow of its tail before disappearing. However, this grassland only covered an area of 1 or 2 acres. It was very difficult to hide such a large body. As the snake still didn't want her to get close to it, Lin Qiao had no choice but to give up on catching it and sending it out of her space. Suddenly, she had an idea. In addition to the new snake, there were also zombies and zombie dogs in her space. The mice and rabbits from before seemed to have disappeared. They weren't eaten, were they? Zombies didn't eat mutated animals, but the zombie dog did. She closed her eyes and spent a short while sensing the surroundings, then opened them again. She turned and glanced at the small building with surprise. Well, that gray rabbit was much smarter than she had thought. She didn't know when it had hidden in her building. As for the rats, they were hiding in a nest under the bushes. Those little creatures were still safe. Lin Chao turned and walked out of the grass, then said to the zombie dog, "How long have you been chasing it? It's so tired, but you didn't catch up with it. Did you go easy on it?" "Oh whoa." The zombie dog looked at her with surprise. "Didn't you tell me not to eat it last time? Why are you talking to it like you're underestimating it now?" Lin Chao looked at the dog and said, "I told you not to eat it last time. Is that why you didn't eat it? Were you chasing it for fun just now?" "Oh whoa." The zombie dog immediately howled at her excitedly. Lin Chao looked at it speechlessly and said, "Do you know how to find toys? I thought you don't play with toys." The zombie dog wagged its hairless tail and looked at Lin Chao eagerly. Lin Chao made eye contact with it, then sighed and nodded, "All right, I'm taking you out now. But, if you want to go back to the hotel with me, you have to stay by my side." "Oh whoa," the zombie dog immediately howled at her happily. "You don't look like a real German shepherd, do you? Tell me, isn't your father a husky? Your mother is a German shepherd." Hearing Lin Chao mention her parents, the zombie dog looked at her with confusion. Lin Chao didn't say anything else to the snake, but turned back to glance at the snake which had been silently sneaking into the woods from the other side of the grassland. Although she couldn't see it, she could clearly feel its movements. She turned around and prepared to leave with the zombie dog. However, she saw the strawberry field and vegetable field, which had been ravaged. Lin Chao was speechless. She stared at the zombie for about 10 seconds, then slowly lowered her head to look at the zombie dog. When the zombie dog noticed that she was staring at the strawberry field, it couldn't help but have a bad feeling. It immediately made 2 steps backward to keep a distance from Lin Chao. Once Lin Chao raised her foot, it would run away immediately. Lin Chao raised both hands and moved her 10 fingers. Then, she clenched her teeth and said to the dog, "Do you want me to kick you 10 times, or do you want me to kick you 10 times? Tell me." "Oh whoa." Hearing her words, the zombie dog obediently approached her. After that, it turned around and left its butt to Lin Chao, then closed its eyes. Lin Chao raised a foot and kicked the dog while saying, "Don't ever approach that field again. Do you understand?" The zombie dog, which had been kicked forward by her, immediately got up and turned around after hearing her words. Lin Chao pointed at the strawberry field and said, "Over there. I don't plan to approach it." "You." After pointing at the strawberry field, she turned her finger and pointed at the zombie dog. "Oh whoa." The zombie dog pressed its ears. As Lin Chao raised a hand, the vine that was left by Viney showed up in her hand. She swung the vine and coiled it around the zombie dog's neck. She tied a knot, then held the dog's hand and flashed out of the space. Once out of the space, she was still in the sweet potato field. She glanced at the potato field which was now filled with holes, then dragged the zombie dog toward the road. She made a few steps forward, then paused abruptly. She hesitantly raised her head to sniff at the air, then her expression changed. Why is that man sent here?" If that was just Lin Chao's illusion, the little one's scent made it real. She popped her eyes and turned to the hotel with a sullen look on her face. "No way. Wu Qingyue is here. And they even came to this side of the land. He's not here for me, is he?" Why is he here? He's not here for me to take responsibility, is he? That time, Viney was the one who set him up, and she was the one who was tricked. However, Viney was her subordinate. Adults should take responsibility for the mistakes that children made. What should she do if that was true? Thinking about that, Lin Qiao felt very uncomfortable. It was all Viney's fault that she was in such a mess. If Wu Qingyue was really here for an explanation, how was she supposed to take responsibility for that? Was she supposed to marry him? No, marry him. Lin Qiao suddenly felt that she was thinking too far ahead. That shouldn't be possible. However, if Wu Qingyue was here to blame her, she needed to figure out a way to deal with him. She believed that nothing good would come out of his visit. So, she decided not to show up. Therefore, Lin Qiao dragged the zombie dog back into her space within a few seconds. Ow wow! The zombie dog, which had just gone out, came back in. Immediately, it couldn't take it anymore. There might be an enemy out there, said Lin Qiao. He'll kill you and roast you. I'm doing this for your own good. Stay where you are. Oh whoa. Where's the enemy? The zombie dog looked at her with confusion. I'm not lying, said Lin Qiao. I said that you'll be roasted, so you will. Do you believe me? Do you want to go out and give it a try? The zombie dog shook its head and didn't know what to say. After that, Lin Qiao smiled and said, "Good boy. All right, stay here. Remember, don't approach that piece of land." While speaking, she loosened the vine rope around the zombie dog's belly, then turned and disappeared. The zombie dog was left sitting there with a sullen face. Lin Qiao turned herself invisible and sneakily approached the hotel. Arriving at the hotel, she saw Wu Qingyue's truck parked by the road to collect supplies. She had no idea how long he had been there. She had no concept of time when she was absorbing the energy at the bottom of the lake. Lin Qiao sneaked into the hotel, sniffing and sensing the scents in the hotel. Apart from Wu Qingyue and the little one, even Lu Tianyi was there. What was he doing here? Tour. She went up to the 4th floor of the hotel. Wu Qingyue and Lu Tianyi were staying in an empty room on the 4th floor. She walked to Wu Qingyue's door and looked at the 2 soldiers by the door. She found that they weren't Xiao Liqing, who was always by his side, but 2 strange soldiers. As Lin Qiao put her ear on the door and prepared to listen to what Wu Qingyue and the little one were talking about, she sensed that someone was coming out of the door. Chapter 437. For 37 she gave a slight start, wondering if Wu Qingyue knew that she was here. She hurriedly stepped backward, then flashed to a corner of the hallway and stuck an eye out to look at that area. Then, the soldier by the door turned and opened the door for Wu Qingyue, then walked out with Wu Yueling. Wu Yueling was led away by him. She pouted her lips and looked a little angry. Lin Qiao could tell that she was very unhappy. As she got close to Lin Qiao stopped talking. As Wu Yueling approached, she sensed her thoughts. It turned out that the kid wanted to see her, but she had been here for days. She was in a bad mood because she didn't see her. As Wu Qingyue was coming, Lin Qiao didn't dare to linger. So, she hurriedly moved backward and watched Wu Qingyue coax Wu Yueling to go downstairs. "All right, Ling Ling, can you smile for Daddy? Look at your pouting little mouth. You can even hang a shirt on it. She'll be back soon. You like her so much. Don't you want Daddy anymore? Be good, if you can't see her. If she can't see us, we won't go back, okay?" Lin Qiao didn't know what to say. "No. You have to go back. What are you doing here?" Seeing Wu Yueling's unhappy little face, Lin Chao's heart softened slightly. It seemed that the kid's autism symptoms would become obvious when she was unhappy. Lin Chao thought that Wu Yueling's autism had improved a little. But just now, she felt that something wasn't right from the bottom of her heart. It wasn't obvious, but it made Lin Chao care about it. She crossed her arms and watched Wu Qingyue and the others go downstairs with confusion. She carefully thought about the trace of violence that flashed across Wu Yueling's heart just now. She felt that the kid was suppressing something. It might be caused by her bad mood. No matter what, Lin Chao had a bad feeling about the little one's sudden fierceness. She had a feeling that something bad would happen in the future. Since the little one wanted to see her, she decided to meet her in secret. As long as that man didn't know. She thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. She flashed across the air and entered her space. She looked at the zombie dog which was still lying on the ground unhappily, but didn't say anything to it. Instead, she walked to the grassland and picked a few long blades of grass, then sat by the grass and started weaving. While weaving, she continued to pluck the grass. Big and small, long and thin, he picked a handful and put them there. As she continued to weave, she came up with a small green figure. Then, she tore the soft leaves into threads and weaved them into the heads of the little people. It looked like a head of soft, long hair. Not long after, a straw doll appeared. Lin Chao drew eyes and mouth on the doll's face with a pen. Then, he looked at it and nodded in satisfaction. After that, Lin Chao soaked the grass doll in the lake water, then shook it dry. Only then did he walk to the top of the small building and search for the rabbit all over the house. Soon, she pulled the fat gray rabbit out from under the sofa. She sat on the sofa with the gray rabbit in her arms and put the grass doll on the table. Actually, if I let you out, little Munchkin will be happier. But if I let you out, you will be exposed too quickly. That's why I can't let you go. When Wu Qingyue and Wu Yueling went downstairs for dinner, Lin Chao left the windows open. So, she climbed in through the window and found Wu Yueling and Wu Qingyue's bedside. The father and the daughter slept together. Wu Qingyue wouldn't let his daughter sleep alone in a strange environment. Besides, Wu Yueling didn't want to sleep alone in a strange room. She might get sick if she stayed there for too long. However, judging by the current situation, the disease might break out very soon. Xiao Liqing sat down and continued, there should be a large mutated snake in that pit. Judging from the traces, the snake should be as thick as a woman's waist. But, we don't know where it is now. I don't think it's in the snake pit. Also, many traces of fighting are found in the pit. Those traces are all new. I think some people have been there recently, and it wasn't the same group of people. Wu Qingyue said with a strange look, did she go there to catch a snake? Last time, she ate a thigh-thick snake. Ah. That's possible, said Xiao Liqing. Chapter 438. For 38 while Wu Qingyue was listening to Xiao Liqing's report, Wu Yueling pouted and climbed onto the bed. Then, she wrapped herself in the blanket and lay down. She felt very uncomfortable in her heart, very uncomfortable. She felt as if something was going to rush out of her head, and that made her very uncomfortable. However, she felt that her father had been lying to her for so many days, and wouldn't let her see her zombie sister. She was very unhappy, and very angry. As she angrily lay down on the blanket, she suddenly felt that something was poking her head from under the pillow. Wu Yueling got up with confusion, then sat on the bed and looked at the pillow. Then, she reached out a little hand and took the pillow away. She saw a little green doll under the white pillow. It was delicate and pretty. Wu Yueling's eyes glowed. It was made of grass. She knew who made it. She happily picked up the grass doll, and the sullen look on her face disappeared. She stared at the grass doll and fondly stroked its green hair. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly looked around. She spent quite a while looking around, but didn't see the person she was looking for. Wu Yueling dropped her head with disappointment, but soon, her attention was attracted by the doll in her hands. So, she sat on the bed and started playing with the doll. Also, the doll smelled so good. It smelled like Zombie's sister. No, it was her little mama. Last time, Daddy said that he wanted her to be Ling Ling's little mama. Outside, Wu Qingyue asked Xiao Liqing, "Can you ask the people on the 5th floor how to find her? I feel that Ling Ling isn't in a good condition today. We need to let her see that female zombie as soon as possible." "Yes, sir," Xiao Liqing responded immediately. Xiao Liqing responded, "I'm going to ask them now." Hearing that Wu Yueling wasn't in a good condition, Xiao Liqing felt that the situation was a little serious. For the sake of the little princess's psychological condition, he decided to find her as soon as possible. On the roof, Chiu Lily was sitting on a corner, swinging her legs and looking at the sky. Suddenly, Lu Jun walked up with a man. "Lily," he said, that their chief wants to see Lin, Mississippi Lu, for something urgent. Chiu Lily lowered her head to look at Xiao Liqing and said, "I told you the other day that Xiao Qiao wasn't here. You insisted on coming in to find her. She should be absorbing the energy nucleus of that level 7 robber in her space now. I don't know when she'll come out." "Level 7 robber? Who is it?" Chiu Lily glanced at him, then stood up from the corner of the building. She patted the dust off her skirt, although there wasn't much dust. Because after she sat down, she had already blown away all the dust in this place. She jumped down and said, "He's the level 7 superpowered man who escaped from your base." "Are you talking about Tang He?" Xiao Liqing asked with surprise. Chiu Lily tilted her head and said, "Oh, so his name is Tang He." "Yes, it's a metal type. But he's already dead. He was killed by Jojo." "Is he really dead?" Xiao Liqing slightly popped his eyes. Chiu Lily nodded. Xiao Liqing quickly digested the news, then remembered what he came here for. When will Mississippi Lu show up? My young Mrs. condition is not very good, only she can help. By the way, who is this Xiao Qiao you're talking about? Is she Miss Lu?" Chiu Lily glanced at him, then nodded and responded, It was her. Your miss. Was it that little girl? What happened to her?" Xiao Liqing nodded, but didn't say anything. "I know," said Lu Jun, "that kid has autism. But, it's true that she likes Mississippi Lu might be the reason why she came here this time. But the fact that she didn't see Mississippi. So, she might have an attack." Xiao Liqing nodded and said, "That's true. My young miss was looking forward to seeing Mississippi Lu. Sadly, we haven't seen her yet." Chapter 439. "For 39-inch, aren't you mad at Daddy anymore?" he asked with surprise. This time, Wu Yueling didn't come out of the bed, and neither did she make any noise. Wu Qingyue thought for a moment, then said, "Why don't you get up and take a shower first? If you stink, your zombie mom won't like you anymore." After saying that, he sat there and waited for Wu Yueling's reaction. As he expected, Wu Yueling stayed silent for a few seconds, then finally moved. After that, she spent a short while under the blanket. After that, she lifted the blanket and sat up, looking at her father expectantly. Wu Qingyue looked at her and raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help but feel that he was going to be abandoned by his daughter. Wu Qingyue didn't move, but Wu Yueling got up from the bed. After that, she put her arms around his neck while pointing at the bathroom. Wu Qingyue nodded and said, all right, let's go now." The water is hot anyway. We can wash you, little pig. While speaking, he carried Wu Yueling and stood up, walking toward the bathroom. He didn't notice that Wu Yueling, who was lying on his shoulder, had her eyes fixed on the head of the bed. A beam of light flashed across her eyes. On the other side, Lin Qiao, who had been working in her space for less than 2 minutes, suddenly summoned the group of zombies out of the small space. Come on, come on, come on. You haven't had any work to do these days. Come and do this. Hearing that there was work to do, the group of zombies had their dark eyes glowing. Work meant that they would have water to drink. They were now like addicts. All day long, they hoped that Lin Qiao would give them work, so that they could get water to drink. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to see the lake all day long. They were craving for water too. However, they didn't dare to go to the lake by themselves. Not to mention the possibility that Lin Qiao might suddenly show up and crush their heads. Even the zombie dog could crush them with a single claw. So, he had been waiting the whole time. Finally, Lin Qiao gave the order. Once Lin Qiao finished talking, those zombies rushed out excitedly like some kind of creature. She spent a few seconds looking at them, then said, "You don't look like zombies at all." 17 level 4 zombies stood in a straight line before her, waiting for her to give them their tasks. Lin Qiao named a few people and said, "You guys, come out." Then, he instructed them to start cleaning the strawberry plants. On the other side, a few more people were selected. He walked over to the pile of potatoes and taught them to pick out the sprouted ones. Lin Feng and the others didn't eat all the pumpkins and potatoes she had picked earlier. Instead, he slipped out a small pile and placed it there. Pumpkins can be stored for a long time, but potatoes can't. Also, Lin Qiao asked Mrs. Lin and the others to leave the pumpkin seeds when they cooked the pumpkin. Lin Qiao had soaked those pumpkin seeds in the lake water. Soaking the seeds in the lake water did not cause them to rot. Instead, the seeds slowly absorbed the energy in the water, and their vitality became stronger and stronger. Some of the seeds had already grown thin roots in the water. Lin Qiao felt that those seeds would grow quickly if she put them into the soil. Moreover, she didn't soak the potatoes in the water, because even if she didn't soak them in the water, they would absorb the air in this space and slowly grow sprouts. Normally, potatoes couldn't be eaten once they sprouted, but Lin Qiao found them to be edible. The sprouts were less than 10 centimeters long. Lin Qiao asked the zombies to pick out the sprouts from the potatoes and put them in the baskets on the side. She had collected those baskets from the factories when she was out hunting zombies a few days ago. She found that the potatoes at the bottom of the pile had already sprouted. Their sprouts were pressed down by the ones on the top of the pile, so they couldn't grow properly. The ones around them had already grown crookedly. Lin Qiao let the spirit-powered zombie lead the way to distribute the potatoes, because she knew that the spirit-powered zombie boy was better at understanding things than the others. She put a lot of baskets on the other side of the pile, including the sprouted ones and the unsprouted ones. After that, Lin Qiao prepared to take those sprouted potatoes out of the space and plant them in the field outside. However, she still needed 2 people to loosen the ground outside before planting the potatoes. During the past few days, the zombies had only been digging for sweet potatoes. The untouched soil was still hard. She thought for a moment, then decided to let Xie Dong and Shen Yujin loosen the soil. They wouldn't get tired anyway. They could loosen the soil from morning to night, so it would only take them a couple of days. The 2 of them were in the hotel at the moment. Should she sneak back to the hotel and bring them back? Thinking of the hotel, she thought of the little one and the strange feeling in her heart. She wondered if the little girl would like the grass doll that she made. Thinking of the little one, Lin Qiao was a little worried. She thought that she should go back and check on her again. As long as she didn't show up, Wu Qingyue wouldn't be able to do anything to her. While thinking, Lin Qiao glanced at the zombies in her space. They had all been assigned tasks, so she said to them, "Go back to the small space when you're done. I'll come back to distribute the water for you." The group of zombies turned and glanced at her. After that, Lin Qiao flashed out of the space and sneaked back to the hotel. It was late at night, but Lin Qiao didn't dare to show her face. After all, some people would be able to sense her vibe without seeing her. Only by turning herself invisible could Lin Qiao's vibe disappear. She quickly returned to the hotel and knocked on Xie Dong's door first. Soon, Xie Dong opened the door. However, there was no one outside. As he prepared to close the door with confusion, a hand pressed on his shoulder and pushed him into the room. Xie Dong immediately figured out who it was and took 2 steps backward. He took a few steps backward, then closed the door. After that, someone dragged him into the space. Lin Qiao stood in front of him and said, "Tomorrow, you and Shen Yujin will go to the field to loosen the soil. I'm going to plant those potatoes." She pointed at the pile of potatoes which had been divided by the zombies. Xie Dong paused briefly, then nodded. "Go wait in the small building. I'll go and bring Shen Yujin in," said Lin Qiao. After saying that, she prepared to flash out of the building. However, Xie Dong suddenly reached out a hand to stop her. "What's wrong?" Lin Qiao turned and looked at him with confusion. Then, she saw Xie Dong take out his notebook and pen, write something on it, and hand it to her. He wrote, "Wu Qingyue wants your help. Why do I feel that you're avoiding him?" Lin Qiao said awkwardly, "You noticed that too. Alright, I really don't want to face him now. But, I guess he wants my help because of the little one. I'll sneakily go there and observe her later." Xie Dong nodded knowingly. After that, Lin Qiao turned and left the space. She headed toward Shen Yujin's room. However, before she arrived at the door, she stopped by the door with a weird look. Then, she crossed her arms and leaned against the door frame, not preparing to knock on the door. She didn't want to disturb the two in the room. Chapter 440. That's right, in addition to Shen Yujin, Chen Yuding was also in Shen Yujin's room. She really wanted to know what they were doing. Were they just sitting there and chatting? But it wasn't right to pry into other people's privacy, so Lin Qiao didn't stick her ear to the door. But Shen Yujin was now a zombie, and her whole body was infected with the virus. She couldn't have any contact with Chen Yuding. Even if Chen Yuding didn't care, Shen Yujin would. So Lin Qiao guessed that they were just sitting there and chatting, and keeping a distance. Well, this scene was a bit strange. But Lin Qiao didn't wait long before she heard movement inside. Then Shen Yujin's door was opened, and Chen Yuding came out. He looked back at Shen Yujin reluctantly and said, "Then I'll go down first." Although he said he would go down, he suddenly reached out to Shen Yujin's face. Shen Yujin immediately shrank her head, and didn't let him touch her. Chen Yuding sighed and turned to leave. Lin Qiao went into the room behind them, and then waited for Shen Yujin to come in and close the door. Then she suddenly pulled her into the space. Shen Yujin was startled when she was suddenly pulled in, but when she saw the familiar environment, she immediately relaxed. They stood in front of the door of the small building. Lin Qiao stood in front of her and said, "In fact, it's okay for you to let him touch you, as long as you don't, kiss and have sex." Shen Yujin, who was so bluntly told by Lin Qiao, immediately felt embarrassed. She looked at her awkwardly. Lin Qiao walked into the building, and then went to the sofa and sat down. She waved to her and asked her to sit on the sofa next to her. Shen Yujin walked in and saw that Xie Dong was already sitting on a single sofa. Lin Qiao said to Shen Yujin, "You see, Junjun takes care of her son every day, and he can touch him however he wants." You don't have to worry that you will infect Xin Yuding. Xie Dong heard Lin Qiao's words and looked at Xin Yuzhen curiously. Xin Yuzhen looked at Lin Qiao and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Lin Qiao knew what she was worried about and said, I said it's okay. Believe me. Well, I suddenly pulled you two in because I have something to do. Tomorrow, you two are responsible for loosening the soil in that field. I'm going to plant the potatoes and pumpkins. Xie Dong and Xin Yuzhen nodded when they heard that there was a mission. They didn't mind going down to the fields to work. After all, they had nothing to do now. Only Lin Qiao would arrange work for them. Because they only belonged to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao continued, I've seen it. The area around this land can still be developed. In the future, most of our work will be concentrated here. We are probably the only zombies in the world that are farming. Xie Dong and Xin Yuzhen looked at each other. They wanted to develop the land near the mountains into plantations, and there were so many mutant zombies. Then, Lin Qiao left the space and quietly went to Wu Qingyue's room. She glanced at the two soldiers who couldn't see her, and then leaned against the door to listen for any movements inside. Then, she heard Wu Qingyue and Xiao Liqing talking inside. It seemed like they had just finished talking. Not long after she leaned against the door, she heard footsteps coming towards the door. She quickly retreated and leaned against the wall behind a soldier. Then, she heard the door open and Xiao Liqing came out. When he turned around to open the door, Lin Qiao quickly slipped inside. Just when he turned around to open the door, she went into Wu Qingyue's room. She glanced at Wu Qingyue who was still sitting on the sofa. He was leaning against the sofa with his arms crossed in front of his chest. On his handsome face, the corners of his mouth were slightly curled, and his eyes were shining. Lin Qiao glanced at his crossed legs. She always felt that a man with crossed legs was a bit girly. She didn't look at him and turned to walk into the bedroom. There was a bulging bag on one side of the bed, and the other side was empty. Lin Qiao walked to the bulging bag and then squatted down by the bed. She reached out to touch the bag and felt the emotions brought by the little person. Well, it seemed to be very happy. It seemed like it really liked the straw doll she gave. Moreover, the faint ruthlessness in her heart had already disappeared. When Lin Qiao's hand touched the quilt, Wu Yueling seemed to be stunned for a moment. She suspiciously lifted a corner of the quilt, thinking that her father was standing by her bed and touching her. But there was no one by the bed. Ha! Wu Yueling curiously looked left and right, up and down. No one. She sat up with her messy hair and looked in the direction of the sofa outside. She saw her father sitting on the sofa in a daze. Wu Yueling was immediately surprised. Ha! Her father was outside, then who was touching her here? She was puzzled and couldn't understand. She began to look left and right, up and down, looking at the ceiling and even flipping over under the bed. No. Wu Yueling sat back with a face full of curiosity. At this time, Lin Qiao laughed and reached out to touch her head. Then she took out the straw doll from under the quilt. She stood the doll up at an angle that Wu Qingyue couldn't see. Wu Yueling was stunned by her touch. Then she opened her eyes wide and looked at the straw doll standing up by herself in surprise. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, and the surprise turned into surprise. Wow, it's a zombie mother. She hurriedly raised her hand to grab the invisible hand on her head. As a result, Lin Qiao sensed the name in her heart and felt bad. Wait a minute. What the hell is a zombie mother? However, her voice was transmitted from the hand to Wu Yueling's heart. As soon as Wu Yueling heard the voice, she was sure that it was her. She laughed and happily shouted in her heart, "Mommy, mommy, mommy." Lin Qiao couldn't stand it anymore and quickly reached out to gently cover her little mouth. She said in her heart, "Be good, don't shout like that. I'm not your stepmother. As a result, Wu Yueling, who was originally happy and cheerful, suddenly became depressed. She was stunned for a moment and suddenly pouted. Her eyes turned red and she felt like she was about to cry. Wu Yueling cried and shouted in her heart, I want mommy, I want zombie mother, I want zombie mother. Lingling doesn't want anyone else, Lingling only wants you. This time, Lin Qiao was stunned. She looked at her with some uncertainty, and thought to herself, did this child hear what I said just now? Why is her reaction so big? Then immediately, Wu Yueling nodded at her, yes, yes, yes. Lingling can hear it. Lingling wants you to be Lingling's mommy, must. Lin Qiao was a little confused. Was this child communicating with her in her heart now? This seemed normal, wasn't her heart closed? Why didn't something like this happen before? Chapter 441. Looking at Wu Yueling's red nose. Lin Qiao quickly comforted her, okay. Okay. Don't cry, don't cry. I panic when you cry, although I don't know what to panic about. Please don't cry. Wu Yueling blinked her tearful eyes and stared at her, but she couldn't see Lin Qiao's face, so she didn't know where to look, so she had to lower her head. She heard Lin Qiao's voice, and she knew it was the voice of a zombie mother. Although she didn't know what a zombie mother meant, she knew the meaning of the word mother. However, she knew the meaning of the word mother. Other people's children had a mother by their side, but she didn't. Her father told her that she was not his biological child. Her father and mother were dead, and she could only see the photos her father gave her. But that was just a photo, even if her father said that the people in the photos were her parents. But she didn't have a deep understanding of this, so she didn't know what it meant. Anyway, she only knew that her father was good to her, and that was enough. So little Man told her that the zombie sister she liked could be with her papa and could be her mother. Then she heard her father say that he wanted her to be Lingling's stepmother. So Wu Yueling had already determined this fact in her heart, but when she heard Lin Qiao didn't admit it, she panicked. So she was about to cry immediately. Lin Qiao panicked when she saw that she was about to cry. She was most afraid of children crying. What could she do? She had no choice but to explain to her, not everyone can be a mother. Your father has to agree. And your father must like her, and she must like your father too, so she can be your mother. Wu Yueling lowered her head, pouting her mouth and crying silently. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, she immediately replied, Dad has agreed, it's Dad who said. Dad agreed. This time Lin Qiao was stunned again. She withdrew her hand and thought in surprise. What? He agreed. What's going on? Is he lying to this child? Wu Yueling felt her hand loosen, and looked around in a panic. Lin Qiao took her little hand and asked in her heart, Did your father really say that? Did he agree? Wu Yueling calmed down when she held her hand. She nodded. Yes, Dad agreed. He even said that he wanted to marry you. Lin Qiao, wait a minute. Wait. What? Lin Qiao asked Wu Yueling in confusion, Is that what he told you? Wu Yueling nodded, completely unaware that she had already betrayed her father. She grabbed Lin Qiao's hand and pulled her forcefully. Lingling doesn't care. Lingling wants you to be Lingling's mother. Lingling wants to be Little Man's sister. No, Lingling is already Little Man's sister. Has Little Man become a little baby? When can Little Man come out to play? Lin Qiao was a little overwhelmed by her childish way of thinking. She quickly said, Okay, Lingling, be good. I'm leaving. You sleep first. Don't tell your dad I was here, okay? I'll come back to see you tomorrow night. Remember to open the glass door in the back quietly. When Wu Yueling heard that she was leaving, she was stunned. At first, he didn't want to let her go, but she said that she would come back at night. Only then did he agree in his heart. He nodded in response to Lin Qiao's request. At this moment, Wu Qingyue, who was outside, suddenly stood up. He turned around and walked into the bedroom, only to see that Wu Yueling had already sat up without him knowing. Lingling, you haven't slept yet. Wu Qingyue said as he walked over. Wu Yueling turned to look at him and shook her head. Wu Qingyue saw her red eyes and nose. He sat by her bed and asked in surprise, Why is Lingling crying? Why are you crying? Wu Yueling only shook her head at him. Then she looked in another direction. Lin Qiao retreated carefully, afraid that Wu Qingyue would find out. Wu Qingyue looked in Wu Yueling's direction curiously, but there was nothing there. He couldn't help but ask curiously, then why are you crying? Wu Yueling looked up at him with a wronged expression. Wu Qingyue looked at her big teary eyes strangely. He was very confused. He asked, Lingling, can you tell Dad why you are crying? Wu Yueling looked at him for a while, then suddenly turned around and hid under the blanket with her back to him, ignoring him. Wu Qingyue was left alone with a puzzled look on his face. He pulled the blanket and asked, What's going on? If you don't tell me, how will I know? If I don't know, how can I help you solve your problem? Hearing this, Wu Yueling immediately got out of the blanket again. Then she pulled his hand and swayed from side to side. She looked at him expectantly. This time, Wu Qingyue understood and said, Oh, you miss her that much? But you don't have to cry even if you can't see her. Although he said that, a light flashed in his eyes. Because he realized that his daughter's mood seemed to have improved instantly. Even though she looked like she was about to cry, Wu Qingyue could still see something else in her eyes. Wu Yueling's eyes lit up with hope again, and her previous gloomy mood and negative aura were all gone. She was still in a very negative mood when she came up after dinner tonight. Wu Qingyue looked around suspiciously, but there was still nothing. He looked down at Wu Yueling and asked, Has someone been here? Wu Yueling shook her head directly. Wu Qingyue thought for a moment and said, Then do you really want to see her? And ask her to go back with us? Wu Yueling nodded repeatedly. Wu Qingyue said, How about this, Lingling, ask her to go back with us, okay? At most, I can bring you to see her, but I may not be able to bring her home. But Lingling, you can. She likes Lingling, right? Wu Yueling's eyes flashed and she immediately nodded. Lin Qiao, who was standing by the window and was about to jump out, rolled her eyes. Hey, what are you teaching a child to do? Let a child kidnap her. In your dreams. Wu Qingyue touched Wu Yueling's head and said, Okay, Lingling, lie down and sleep. Sleep early and you'll grow up. Wu Yueling lay down obediently and looked at Wu Qingyue with the blanket in her arms. Then she closed her eyes. Wu Qingyue stood up and walked to the outer hall. Suddenly, he began to take off his clothes. He took off his camouflage military jacket and threw it on the sofa. Then, he continued to take off his t-shirt. Revealing his well-defined muscles, he walked to the bathroom in long pants. Lin Qiao, who had her eyes stuffed with ice cream, silently pulled her gaze away from his muscular back. Then, she flipped over and jumped out of the window. She was almost tempted by his beauty. This man was indeed dangerous. Chapter 442. Wu Qingyue walked into the bathroom with a smile on his face. If he didn't guess wrong, the female zombie had already sneaked into his room. How could he not know his daughter? He already knew it from her abnormal behavior. Now it seemed that the female zombie had already come out of seclusion. She was just hiding from him and didn't want to show up. She was very concerned about Ling Ling. Why didn't she care about him? Did she think that if she didn't show up, she wouldn't have to be responsible for him? He wanted to see how long she was going to hide. Lin Qiao, who didn't know that Wu Qingyue was going to stay here, went to Lu Jun's room on the 5th floor. She stood at the door and knocked, then waited for the reaction inside. After a while, the door opened. Lu Jun was slightly stunned when she saw that there was no one outside, but she quickly reacted. Captain. She now addressed Lin Qiao as Captain. Otherwise, it would make Miss Lu feel weird. Because she knew that Lin Qiao wasn't Lu Tianyu, but she couldn't call her Lin Qiao directly, it would only make others suspicious. Lin Qiao pushed her into the room and walked over to see Tong Tong sleeping on the bed. Lu Jun probably knew that Lin Qiao would notice Tong Tong, so she said, "It's okay, let him sleep here." Lin Qiao nodded and brought her into the space. Then she asked her to wait in the living room of the building, and then she went out again. This time, she went to the roof. Qiu Lily and Meng Meng sat on the roof, and Lin Qiao quietly walked over. Then when the two of them weren't paying attention, she directly brought them into the space. The two of them were suddenly pulled, and when they reacted, they found that they were already in Lin Qiao's space. Oh. Meng Meng looked around in a daze and didn't react for a moment. You're out. Qiu Lily quickly reacted and asked Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao nodded and walked into the small building with the two of them. Come in, I have something to discuss with you. Since she couldn't go out to face that man for the time being, she had to avoid him first. It was about time for her to lie down in the south. Qiu Lily followed her into the living room of the small building and sat down on the sofa. After Lin Qiao sat down, he said to the four of them, I'm going to the south in 2 days, so I want to discuss with you about your work when I'm not here. Lily, do you want to go with me or stay here? She first asked for Qiu Lily's opinion because she was the strongest here. Regardless of whether it was to follow him to the south, she would be a great helper in combat. If he stayed, he would be a very good expert to hold down the fort. However, all of this depended on her own will. Qiu Lily immediately raised her hand. I want to go. Lin Qiao nodded and said, that's good. There was no one guarding this place. I'm worried about Yuan Tianqing's strength. If a rank 7 arcanist comes, I'll be able to kill him. Just like the robber from a few days ago, even if Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and Qin Yuding attacked together, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Qiu Lily was stunned and thought for a moment. He felt that what Lin Qiao said was right. This place could not be left without an expert. She asked blankly, what should I do? But I want to go with you. Lin Qiao looked at her and said, if you want to go with me, then you'll have to raise the strength of the others. As for the people here, I can only help Meng Meng raise her strength to the late stage of the king realm at most, and she needs a lot of zombie cores. She looked at Meng Meng, who was listening to them in a daze. Hearing that Lin Qiao wanted to help her level up, Meng Meng immediately became spirited. She quickly took out a small bag from her pocket. She opened it and showed it to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao looked at it and saw that it was a small cloth bag for holding jewelry. She didn't know where she found it. The bag was full of zombie cores, shining brightly. There were at least 3 level 5 zombie cores and a large number of level 4 and 3 zombie cores. Ow! Is it enough? Meng Meng asked Lin Qiao with some anticipation. Lin Qiao looked at it and shook her head slightly. It's not enough. Then Qiu Lily took out a few level 5 zombie cores from her small bag. What about these? She asked. Lin Qiao nodded and said, these should be enough. But can you stay here and look after the house? Meng Meng didn't answer her and turned to look at Chiu Lily. Chiu Lily looked at her strangely and said, "Well, why are you looking at me? Shouldn't you answer Chow Chow?" Lin Chiao smiled and said, "She's asking for your opinion." Chiu Lily rolled her eyes and said, "Of course I want you to stay, because you're also very powerful. At least, if a level 7 psychic comes, the three of them together won't be able to beat him. Although we probably won't be able to win, we won't let the other party gain too much of an advantage." Lin Chiao nodded and said, "That's right." Meng Meng looked at them reluctantly, but she didn't protest. She had obviously accepted it. She still had to level up anyway. She would just treat it as an exchange. Lin Chiao saw through her thoughts and said, "If I level you up, you should at least help me with something. Otherwise, I won't level you up." "Ow ow. I got it." Meng Meng roared at Lin Chiao with dissatisfaction and then bared her teeth at her. Lin Chiao nodded and said, "That's right." Then she turned to Lu Jun and said, Jun, wait for me to leave and then tell Yuan Tianqing and the others about my actions. Then you'll be responsible for translating for them and this guy. Pay attention to this guy." Lu Jun pointed at herself with some surprise and said, "Me?" She looked at Meng Meng. With this guy's personality, she couldn't handle him. Lin Chiao shook her head and said with a smile, "It's okay. Just say that it's my idea." Lu Jun nodded in surprise and said, "Oh, then I'll try my best." Mingming's level was much higher than hers, but her IQ was a bit low. There was still a way to make her listen. Lin Chiao continued to say to Xie Dong and Lu Jun, "You two will be responsible for taking a few zombies to grow potatoes and pumpkins. I'll let Meng Meng help you keep an eye on these zombies. If they do anything against you, ask Meng Meng to take care of them. As long as they don't hurt the humans in this city, you don't have to kill them. But if anyone dares to hurt people, just kill them. Don't wait for me to come back. Understand?" She looked at Xie Dong and Lu Jun, then at Meng Meng. Fong Dong and Shen Yuzhen both nodded. Meng Meng just looked at her. Meng Meng just looked at her and didn't react. Xie Dong and Lu Jun didn't have any objections and nodded. Lin Chiao waved her hand and suddenly a few books appeared on the table. She said, "These are the planting books I collected before. You can take a look. I'll leave a few earth and water zombies for you. I'll take the rest."